Hello, and welcome to a special edition of Hobby News Daily. It is our 1 year anniversary edition. I never thought we'd make it here, but I'm still Danny Black, and we're still here. Joining me for the first segment is John Newman and Uncle Rich Klein. Guys, welcome. How are you?
Good. Is this where the fantasy baseball draft is? We're short like 10 people.
Well, did you just draft Greg Jeffries again?
No, but I have a minor league pick. I might use it on him.
How you doing, Rich?
I'm doing good. I mean, I went to Torah study this morning, and we were in the book of Leviticus, and this parsha, this section had to do with sacrifices and ashes. So I should be paying you, because then I don't have to talk about sacrifices and ashes anymore today.
I am thrilled to help you with that. That's a way to get started. You did catch me off guard on that one. I want to thank everybody who's going to be a part of this tonight. I'm going to do this several times, but just to kick off, I really want to thank everybody on our staff for everything they do, but especially showing up tonight on Easter weekend on a Saturday night. But I also want to thank Stadium Insurance. Without them, a lot of this wouldn't be possible. There are costs involved in running a site like this. And so if you need insurance on your collection, I can't recommend stadiuminsurance.com enough.
You want to leave that logo up? I think you just made the show better.
Covering our faces is definitely the best thing I can do. This will air much better on the audio.
There's 3 faces for radio right here.
Absolutely. And TJ, how you doing? John, you are running out of here to a fantasy baseball draft.
I am. It's one I've been in like 20 plus years now, and I was going to come on later, and then they scheduled it today. We got 10 people who travel and have all sorts of weird schedules. It's hard to get a date. Here the season has started, and we're having our draft actually tonight, so that'll tell you how difficult it is to get everybody. I think one person's doing it via phone, so we couldn't even get everyone. We got the majority, though.
Is it phone or Zoom? What year are we in?
No, this is live. This is in person.
Right. Are they doing it by Zoom or by phone?
Oh, the one person? I think they're just going to be on speakerphone and hearing everything. It's an auction draft, so you have to hear what the bids are up to. So.
Rich, you ever do fantasy baseball?
I haven't. I retired from fantasy baseball more than 20 years ago.
Okay.
I don't do any fantasy sports anymore.
Why not?
I got tired of rooting against the Yankee players.
At least you're being honest.
Yeah, I wanted to start enjoying the games. And I realized I was caring more about how the players were doing than being a fan. So I just said, the heck with it. And that was it for me.
Fair enough. Ruben says, look, it's 3 faces of the YouTube Hobby Mount Rushmore. Well, only because old and chiseled, maybe, but
I was going to say, is my complexion that bad? I look like I have.
I'm very pasty in this light.
I have a 2-day beard, and I definitely have the least amount of hair on my face of any of you.
TJ says, I used to play rotisserie baseball with just National League players in the late 80s and early 90s. We bid on players also. It was so much fun. Hojo, Ron Gant were valued goats.
Yeah.
You better not have taken Ron Gant in 1989 when he got sent down to single A again before he started coming back. He had that good rookie year, and then that second year he went whoa into the tank and destroyed any Ron Gant investability.
Howard Johnson, not just a bad hotel. That's the more.
There's there's 1 or 2 Howard Johnsons left in the country.
Yeah. Do they still have the restaurant, I hope?
Yeah, I believe the restaurant is still attached. Yes, there's like 1 or 2 left in the country.
Okay. If you don't know what we're talking about, kids, just Google it.
By the way, they had very good ice cream, 31 flavors or something like that of ice cream.
Yeah. Barry says happy anniversary several times. Barry was a new subscriber and watched Card Mentions last night, so happy to have you in the family, Barry.
That was a fun episode last night. I did enjoy listening to the card mentions, and I think you should probably save this and just make this a card mensch thing, and just save yourself just take 30 minutes and just put us on card mentions, and save yourself having to tape a brand new episode.
Card mentions overtime.
Right. Next time John has to cancel on me, we'll run this.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you,
Next time the
TJ.
Savannah Bananas come to town.
Right. You know they're doing a major league tour of ballparks, and they're selling out major league ballparks.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
The Savannah Bananas are great for baseball. They're exciting. They're fun. They have fun playing, and we need more of that. And that's really something. And when you watch the Winter League baseball games, and you watch the postseason tournaments they have in the Winter League, and there is such a thing, and the fans are beating their instruments, and they're screaming, and they're yelling, and they're whooping it up. Isn't that the most fun experience in a ballpark you'll ever see? And then you have all these serious people in this country saying, you shouldn't do that. Oh, yeah, you should. Celebrate your home runs. Celebrate your strikeouts. Celebrate everything. Have fun.
The Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah. Have fun.
Bring back the rally monkey.
Orlando says, hello, Uncle Rich.
Hello, Orlando. Good to see you. Orlando was on with our good friend Jeremy Lee a couple weeks ago. That was an absolutely awesome episode.
The Bananas will pull more attendance than the Oakland A's in Oakland.
Will pull more attendance tonight than the Oakland A's in Oakland.
Yeah,
but they're not going to be in Oakland. They're not going to be in Oakland.
They had more people in the parking lot watching the game on big screen TVs that actually went into the game for opening day, and they were raising money for the Nevada group that doesn't want the Oakland A's to move to Nevada. Maybe we could just make them the nomadic Oakland A's or the nomadic A's. And then the
move them to Montreal. Bring baseball back to Montreal. They could be the Montreal A's.
Barry says Roger Clemens and Spaceman Lee are pitching for them. Is that true?
I think so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. I mean, not full time, but they are.
Spaceman Lee is older than me. I mean, that's pretty good.
And the question is what is he doing when he takes the mound now?
Probably still trying to eat this.
He's juicing with banana juice.
Right.
I had to do it. It's late enough where I can say that joke.
Without a doubt.
5 o'clock, maybe not.
Right. Ruben says in Houston they had Roy Oswald pitch for them. So they really are using former players, I guess, as they tour around.
Is it Oswald or Oswald?
It's a great concept.
Oswald or Oswald? I always say Oswald.
It's probably Oswald.
He was good. I mean, look, he pitched the Astros into the World Series in 2005 after Pujols hit that homer in Game 6 that may still be circling the earth.
And he threw hard for a little guy.
I was heartbroken.
Yeah, I think didn't he win a Cy Young once?
No, he did not.
No.
He was close.
He was
that level.
Yeah, he was in the mix.
He was a man. Yes. And the thing is, as I said, Pujols' homer is still circling the earth. And I went to a game that World Series in 2005. The game that never friggin' ended. We drove down, and the game began like whatever time it began, and it went like 15 innings. And I mean, I got home at 5 o'clock. Cause so much for work the next day. Some people. Is
this the first time you saw Roger Hornsby play, Rich?
No, but it was the first time I saw Honus Wagner, one of the Mount Rushmore hobby people, play.
There you go. He did his homework. He listened.
I listened. I enjoyed the show last night.
You didn't comment. We didn't know you were there. You were like incognito.
I went to services last night. I came home and listened. I stayed up till 10:30 our time to listen to you.
Oh, I got
listen to the two of you.
You must have had insomnia. We cure it every
I'll tell you, no, it put me right to sleep. It was wonderful. Right.
All right, real quick. I do want to touch on some of the stuff you guys have done for Hobby News Daily. Between the two of you, you've written, I think, 30 plus articles this year. So thank you, and I mean, thousands of eyeballs have read everything. Is there an article you've written that you remember that you really enjoyed? that you can think
I don't
of?
know. I'll let Rich go first.
No,
Beauty
honestly, I
before
just
age,
string
right?
together sentences and hope they come out to be something coherent. There's nothing I really think I will. I want to say something though. Last night we had an article and I forgot the young lady's name and I'm upset at myself for forgetting it. But I immediately sent it to Kyle Robertson when I saw the article. I had no idea she was doing an article on the Dallas Card Show, and so we got some really good.
Yeah.
We got some really good publicity for the site from the Dallas Card Show. Obviously, there was like, wow, and I said, yeah, I called you even, Kyle, but I've sometimes butt dialed him. He doesn't pick up the phone when I call him. But he was very happy with the article, and I'm reading the article. I'm thinking, yeah, and I may do a follow up because there are some things I can add a local knowledge about Kyle and his team that she does not know.
Yeah, no,
positive, by the way, not negative.
Lauren Rizzo Schaefer is the writer, and she does a great job. John, you've thrown together a couple sentences that have made an article.
Yeah, when you're writing them, I'm going to be very candid. When you're writing them, right, you think they're great. I don't think they always turn out that way, right? When you get in the batter's box, you're trying to hit a home run. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you strike out. Sometimes you walk or do something else. So I like to write, what I try to write, I try to come across as like we're all in this sort of together, right? This is all of our hobbies. We have a lot of power in numbers, and sometimes I don't think we use that power we wield as a hobby community. So sometimes you'll see some of my pieces kind of have that as sort of a central theme. They're not always the same article, obviously, but that sort of is at the crux of where I'm coming from. And as the hobby gets bigger, which it is doing, I don't know if it's going to be 10 times bigger. I think it's important to realize that this is all of our hobbies, and we have a vote and a say in what direction it can go. And I think sometimes we don't utilize that enough, and so sometimes that's sort of a central theme, if you will.
You also wrote about repacks in one of your articles.
Yeah,
got a little bit of feedback on that. What are your thoughts on repacks?
Listen, it's if they're done right, it's a commodity of the hobby. When it's done wrong, it's not good. But you can't tell. When I had my store in the 90s, we didn't call them repacks, we called them starter kits. So we put some base cards, some inserts, rookies, and made sort of a 200 count box, and we sold them for $5. That's repacks nowadays can be 4 figures, 3-4 figures. So it's apples to oranges. But if the repacks are done right, if everything that is advertised is in there, odds are given, and the seller is reputable, then I think they have a place. And now you got to do your due diligence. But you got to do your due diligence, everybody, whenever you're buying anything. You go to a car lot, you got to do your due diligence on the dealer or what car you're in the market for, right? Same thing with repacks. Watch a YouTube and watch repacks being open and see how they're running. Would you
actually ever buy one now?
I wouldn't buy one, but that's not because I'm against them. I just wouldn't buy one. You know what I mean? So, but I don't have a problem with them if the seller is reputable, above board, gives odds, and everything is kosher, for the lack of a better word. So, but there are bad but here's the thing, right? Well, we can spill this over into other aspects of the hobby, right? They're really good breakers. And then you have your suspect ones, right? Where they take something off camera, they go answer their doorbell, and stuff mysteriously disappears. People don't get their stuff shipped to them, right? Those are bad breakers. Do we throw all breakers out because of the act of a small percentage? That's how I view repacks. I don't think you throw the whole genre out. And if you don't like them, you don't have to buy them. So I don't buy them. I don't dislike them. I don't like them. They're not of interest to me. So that's kind of my stance. I know there's other people who want them outlawed. Um, but do your research before you. If repacks is your thing, it's not mine, but if it's yours, just don't, open up your laptop and just pick a random person and buy one. Especially if you're looking at 3 or 4 figures, right? All the more reason.
Rich, I wanted to ask you about one of your early articles, and I think something you've talked about a lot is your show, your synagogue show. You reference it, but could you actually give the full 360 on it?
Okay, so really giving the full 360, I'm gonna sound like somebody I know on this panel, but I could do the rest of the 15 minutes. So I'll try to make it a 180 instead of a 360.
Fair enough.
About 10 years ago, we were having one of our Brotherhood board meetings, and I said, I'll make you $500. I'll run a card show. We were struggling at the time just to keep our bank account. We had to keep our bank account over $2,000 so we wouldn't be hit by fees as a business account. So I will run a card show. I'll make you $500. Well, my friend Rich Muller, Hobby News Daily, let me write a series of articles about how the show began. I was writing for him at the time, so I got to write a series of articles. I did a lot of publicity. And to show, this is a sheet I had to redo. Let me put it up. I know you can't read it, but this is all the places I do publicity for the show. And I started doing publicity. And we had a banger of a show. It was wonderful. We drew maybe 200 people, which in Dallas in 2014 was like nobody could think you could do something like that. So then we started doing it twice a year. I was doing door prizes. People, card companies, other people always cooperated. We always had some great things. One year we gave away a Mike Trout signed baseball. Panini always sent me good stuff, maybe 8-10 boxes. Top sent me stuff. The only place that never sent me stuff was Upper Deck. I never could get anything from Upper Deck. Everybody else was great.
Canada's suspicious.
What?
Canada and hockey are suspicious.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. It is hockey in Dallas. Nobody really cares, even when the Stars won. But about 7 years ago, I get a phone call from our Brotherhood president. Texas has a state law saying nonprofits can only run 2 raffles a year. I was doing 10 door prizes at every show. 10, 12, whatever. I could then sell cards freely at my table, and then, every couple hours I'd just do 4 door prizes, 3 door prizes. And, we'd stop the show. People would buy tickets. It was all well and good. Turned out that wasn't really legal. And we started looking to buy a new building. And so we came up with the thing. We had a dealer in the 90s here in Dallas, and he'd wheel in a television with him. And he'd have a bag of cards, and there'd be a prize slip in every bag. It could be a Donruss, team set. It could be a plaque. It could be. He would make a lot of money at the show with those bags. Nice guy named Myron, had a heck of a good collection before it got stolen, but that's a different subject for a different day. And we started doing grab bags with prize slips inside, which was great for the Brotherhood in terms of making money, which was terrible for me because not only did I have to then get cards in, I had to get prizes in. And I had to separate them. And we had what some people still call the island of misfit toys, where I would seed it with a few good items, and it would be like a picker's delight. People love to pick. And it was a lot of fun. And when the pandemic came, I still had cards. And people still give me cards. So now what I do with the cards is I bulk them out to local collector dealers. I have right now an office full of cards. And by the way, somebody graciously gave me about 40,000 1991 Pro line. So I'm trying to clean those up to get to the better stuff because they didn't exactly come in great boxes. So I got to clean that up before I can get to the next level stuff. And I have 3 or 4 card stores that just leave me when people break, they leave me the stuff nobody wants, which is great for me because I bulk it out really inexpensively, with like a half cent a card. And we're still making a lot of money with cards. And it's a lot less effort for me. And that's a good thing. But the show was a 45 table show in our previous building. We have a new building, a wonderful new building. It was retrofitted beautifully. Only fits 21 tables. So I don't have the bandwidth to do prizes and bags anymore, which is just fine by me. Because now I've transferred the show from, we'll call it a hotel type show, to like a little neighborhood type show. And it's still fun. I have 1,000 names on my mailing list. I'm actually close to, if not sold out of tables already for the Memorial Day weekend. We do Memorial Day, Sunday and Monday, Labor Day, Sunday and Monday. That seems to be where it fits into the schedule. And that's it in a nutshell. And the only two things that really bother me is because of security concerns after 10, especially after 10/7, I've actually had to raise our suggested donation from $1 to $2. And I've raised the table prices a little because I never wanted to be that expensive, but I'm going to have to be more expensive than I want to be. And eventually I may have to get to $50 for a table for the, for a day instead of 40. I think next year I'll probably go to 40. Maybe the year after that, 2 years down the road, 50 a day. And it's just what it is. And I mean, it's going
to a good cause.
It goes to a wonderful cause. The Brotherhood is very happy. I've got somebody's coming in Tuesday to buy a whole bunch of Magic the Gathering cards. He's very happy with the price, and I've already put those cards away for him. And it doesn't even make a dent in the office. I now have a trunk full of cards again. So our friends from Triple Cards in Plano, I walk in to get some boxes to clean up some of the stuff I have. And, I see you have stuff for me. Yeah, we do. And so there'll be more stuff coming in, and I'll bring it in on Monday. That's awesome. Thank you for letting me talk about it. It's called the Adopt Havarim Neighborhood Show. It's in Plano, Texas. And if anybody really is in the DFW area and listening to this, please feel free to email me at sabergeek, SABRGEEK at AOL.com.
Awesome. John.
I just wanted to say, man, 2 takeaways from there. My Night's Made, just hearing Rich say, was a banger of a show. Like
yes.
Nothing. I could have a bad fantasy draft tonight, and I'm still going to be living off that high right there. And if you can be mad at Rich for redemption cards, he started to craze putting them in the bags, the redemption cards. So,
well, the prize slips, and sometimes the prize slips would say, "Get another bag, get another 5 bags." We've never had a problem getting cards. People are so thrilled not to have cards in their house. It's a tax deduction, and people have always been thrilled about getting rid of their cards. It's like it's a win-win-win-win-win for all concerned.
Awesome.
And we've drawn. The first show we had in our new building was 53 people that came through the door, which made my life really easy. And it wasn't that great, but I knew it wouldn't be because our certificate of occupancy came less than 10 days before the show began. So I had to be careful with the publicity because you don't want to promote a show and find out that nobody can come in.
Yeah.
And now we've drawn over 100 people the last 2 shows. So I've doubled the attendance in 2 years. And and honestly, the room we have, if I add another if I 10x the room, there'll be lines outside the door.
If you 10x the room, the sisterhood will get involved.
They're already wanting to be involved. and I tell them if they want to make baked goods and sell them, that's fine by me.
That's hilarious. All right, guys. So on the 1-year anniversary, just your thoughts on where we are as a hobby. Kind of a year removed, we've seen a lot of changes in the hobby, and just some quick thoughts on where we are, John.
Well, listen, when you were discussing launching this site and you were sort of hemming and hawing, right?
I got final words for you. Don't worry.
And I just said, listen, man, do it, but do it differently, right? Do it differently than, we have other sites that report stories and whatnot, but we don't really have a lot of sites that I'm aware of. I'll have to ask Darren, but that actually have like a bunch of articles and writers that write current pieces, right? Fresh stuff. I mean, that's, that is almost every day you can come to Hobby News Daily and read at least one, if not more, new articles. Then you have the news stories for those that want to get that. You have content attached. So there's something for everyone. It's just not a one-dimensional site. And you've made listen. And I know Adam's backstage, and I'll give credit where credit's due. Adam's been instrumental in implementing some stuff, your ideas, right? The site today is different than the site that started a year ago. And if you saw it a year ago, it looks different, and I'll say it. I think it's better. You've gotten feedback from various sources. You implement some new stuff. You list your doors open, and that's a testament to you, right? That hey, listen, what can we do better? Let me hear it. Let me have it. And and we're not done, right? This isn't a goodbye. Thanks for a year. This is hey, celebrate the first year, and we'll do this. We'll do this every year, or every 5 years, or whatever. And it's great. And a lot of talented people involved, and a lot of great content. And that's all you need to know and say.
Thank you. Rich, your thoughts on the hobby a year removed?
Well, I always say that I listen to Adam every Saturday morning, or every Saturday morning I can. To me, it's appointment YouTube. Just to listen, it helps me catch up on really the things I don't follow that much in the hobby. I don't, the other night I was telling my wife, she and her mom were watching the Rangers opening game. I'm sitting in my office listening to the news and political podcasts and webcasts I listen to. Tell me what's wrong with this picture. And I'm listening to her talk to her mom, explaining intricate details about baseball. And I'm thinking, by the way, I do have ESPN.com up, so I'm monitoring the game at the same point. So, and I'm hearing these intricate details. I said, my God, why hasn't she ever told me she knows more about baseball than I do? And, so what I've learned is people know more sometimes than you think they do. But that's why I like listening to Adam. It's fun to hear him. He's learning a lot of this on the fly, and we're all learning on the fly.
Yes,
yeah, but he doesn't use banger like you do, Rich.
Well, okay. It was a wonderful show. It was a great show. I thought banger was a New England term. I used that in his honor. If it wasn't, I'll let him tell me what the Boston term for
Banger is a city in Maine. I don't know if it's a New England
Bangor.
All right, wait, let's bring
tomato.
Adam, welcome to the party. I'm catching you off guard here on purpose. What's up?
No, that's all right. How we doing?
Good. We're talking about you, so I figure we should at least have you on here.
Yeah, makes sense.
Real quick, I just want Samuel said we need to do a historical cardboard piece on Uncle Rich. Uncle Rich is a historical cardboard piece.
Yeah. So I always tell people I listen to Adam almost every Saturday morning. It catches me up on, we'll call it the hot hobby topics. And it's something good. It's concise. On Monday listened for the first time to the podcast the day it actually broke. Usually I don't listen to podcasts, but I had extra time on Monday, so I actually listened. But I love listening on the Saturday because it's good to hear the week in review. And I know that there's not enough people listening on YouTube, but I really think it's a good way for anybody who wants to catch up conveniently. And usually it's about 35, 40 minutes, so it's not a huge time constraint. And of course, if you're like the double Dr. Jim, you double time it. So it's like 15, 20 minutes.
Right.
But, it's not a huge time constraint to listen either. And that to me, and you always credit the other person, I forgot his name, that was on with you. So kudos to you for always crediting him.
And
Mike, Mike, yeah, definitely.
You always credit Mike, and hi, John. And, John Keating should write. John Keating is one of the most talented people posting I've ever seen. And he had a great show when he was that 70s card show. He did a really good interview with Jerry Rice a few weeks ago, who's an interesting person to write and stuff. There's your next writer.
Hey, the door is open, so I might need you to be my agent, Rich. And
I'm your agent. I will tell everybody that they'll get double what I get paid.
Exactly. Well, he says you buy the crowns and he'll bring the heat.
Okay, well, there's a Crayola here at Willow Bend Mall where I walk every day, John. That'll be an easy purchase. So just tell me where you want me to ship them to.
All right. Well, guys, I want to thank John and Rich. A little special, real quick here. Um, First, Rich, I came to you as the first writer and said, to get this thing off the ground, I'm gonna need to say that Rich Klein is part of this, and you didn't hesitate, and I never forgot that.
I appreciate that. I just was like, okay, once a month I can handle that. That's something I can handle, and I'm doing my best to be the Barry Lorge of Harvey News Daily. Barry
Well,
Lorge, I've told the story. He had 19 hours once to write an article when a day at Wimbledon ended. He was writing for a paper in San Diego in the 80s. He had 19 hours, and he missed his deadline. And when I worked at the U.S. Tennis Open in New York, we used to say Barry's writing for the Pulitzer every night. So I'm not writing for the Pulitzer, but Barry was. But I'm the Barry Lorge of Hobby News Daily.
Well, I just want you to know how much it was appreciated what you did a year ago for me. So thank you. Mr. Newman, boy, did you kick me.
Are you trying to make me cry?
No, but I'm going to be honest. I had a lot of thinking about whether or not I wanted to take on this project, and I talked to John a lot behind the scenes. And as one friend needs to do to another friend, sometimes he kicked me in the ass and said, "Go do it." And without his support and without his push, and really at the beginning, just getting the concept and the legs under us, it wouldn't be here. So Newman, this is all your fault, and I want you to know how much.
Sound like my wife all of a sudden.
Yeah. I want you to know how much it's appreciated. I've told you off air, but I want to tell you on air as well.
Well, listen, man, this is the fun to be part of it. It's the first year's in the books, right? And on the bigger and better things, and hope to continue to be a small part of that. And it's I think it got great people involved, right? You're only as great as the people that are involved, right? It's not a one man show, and I think the future bodes well.
Well, as Keating saying, Newman is a mensch. So
yeah, no hot tub tonight. It's off to fantasy baseball draft, and I'm glad and there was a point I didn't think I was even going to make it tonight. I'm glad things were able to change and able to join and hear Rich say the show was a banger. Like that's
absolutely.
I want to hear that all the rest, like driving to the draft. I'm just going to hear that on repeat in my head.
Well, I want to thank
the show was a banger.
I want to thank the two of you, and I'm gonna bring Horatio in and talk to Adam and Horatio for a little bit.
And which way do I go to pick up the check? Is it this way or this way?
Just
go say hi to Horatio. In radio, the best thing about radio, old school radio, is what they used to call when one disc jockey would talk to another one as they were switching, their shifts.
Yes.
No, I want to add. I was thinking, how do I make myself look fatter? And so I came up with the puppy vest. So it worked.
Bring Horatio in if he's waiting.
I was about to say, on that note, I'm playing you guys out. Thank you, guys.
It's Rich.
My friends.
What's going on, Danny? How are you, man?
What is going on, Horatio? What is going on, Adam?
Just living the dream.
Well, thank you so much for jumping in here, guys. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everything you do for the site tremendously. And just thought we'd celebrate the hobby a little bit, talk a little bit about the past year, and have a little fun. So, what are you guys up to?
Adam, what are you up to?
If I'm going to be honest, I've dove deep back into Madden. I've been playing a lot of Madden recently, and I was clean of Madden for a while, but there's just, I watched one video and it got me back in. I've been playing actually like the sports card and it's actually funny because I'm playing like the sports card version of Madden. Like there's different game modes, and one of them involves cards and buying and selling cards and getting coins. So I'm like, I'm getting back to my roots. Maybe that's what I'm trying to do. Because when I was first getting into sports cards, that's what I was doing. I was playing a lot of Madden and the MLB game, and that game involves buying and selling cards for coins. So maybe that's I'm getting back into my roots of when I was doing that, and then I got into sports cards. Now I'm not, or maybe I'm just trying to go back to my childhood or something. I don't know. But I've been getting, like I said, into Madden, and and also been watching some of the women's NCAA tournament on today. I mean, there's the 3 games so far have been really good. LSU coming on top, and then
Angel Reese from Baltimore,
and
baby.
then Iowa. So Iowa and LSU rematch from last year's national championship game in the Elite Eight. That's probably going to be Monday or Tuesday. And now USC is playing. And I've been following that tournament actually probably a little bit closer than the men's tournament this year, just because I don't know. There haven't been any interesting storylines within the men's tournament, but the women's tournament seems like every single team has an interesting player or a storyline or something that I've been watching.
Other than that, not much.
yeah.
Horatio, what have you been up to, buddy?
Not, I've got 3 kids, so
That answers that.
it's, and you know that, Danny, right? It's like, yeah, we're just trying to stay sane, trying to do some things on the side. But I just want to say, congrats on the 1 year. I'm really, I want to say I feel fortunate to be part of, Hobby News Daily. It's kind of, I had like not really a prepared speech. I was like, what am I going to come on and talk about? I don't know. But it's kind of, forced me to kind of write some things that I probably never would have written, and reached out to people that I would have never reached out to, and so it's been a lot of fun in that way. So I just really thankful for it. I write also for Sports Collectors Daily, but it's like 2 different kind of organizations. We can the more the merrier. I feel like the more stuff that's put out there, the more content that's put out there. I think that the hobby benefits from it. And I think that it's just awesome to read all the articles from everybody. I'm always reading all the articles and just learning from different collectors, different hobbyists, all the people that are part of the site. So I think that's great, man. And kudos to you for starting it up. I know it's not easy. I'm sure it's not easy. So maintaining a website, podcast, writing, the writers and all that. So
I'm a pain in the ass in the chat room. You can tell the truth.
No, man. I mean, listen, you tell people, hey, we're week B, week A, turn in your articles. Hope you know.
Well, I
find out.
No, seriously, and I want you to know that you, without a doubt, are an outstanding writer, and a huge plus to be part of the Hobby News Daily team. So I feel lucky to have you, and I got to tell you, your Kurt's Card Care has caused as much controversy, eyeballs, everything good, and a great piece, and one of our most popular articles ever.
Yeah, Kurt, right? So that piece wasn't going to get written because Kurt turned me down like twice.
Really?
Yeah,
I never knew that.
And he did it very nicely, by the way. He did it very gentle, very not in a mean way. He just said, I'm not into the, I don't want to get into me defending my product, and that's kind of been his whole stance from when he started. So I kind of slowly had to sort of, all right, man, I understand, and I kind of kept that story took about a month for me to convince him to finally, hey, let me write a story, and it'll just be you talking about the product, and but I do have to ask some questions, right? So that was cool that we did that. I think he's a great guy. I a nice guy doing his thing. He's become sort of like this hobby villain, and I get what other people are saying about the whole restoration part. I get it completely. But to me, it was like once you get this sit down with the guy, right? Yep. It's completely different than just Kurt's Card Care. Like there's a guy behind the company, and he's so different than what other people kind of maybe paint him out to be. I don't know. Yeah. That's just kind of where I was going with that story, and it was
Well, I after your article, I ended up interviewing him because it opened my eyes to maybe a different side of the conversation, and whether or not my personal beliefs on cards align 100% with his or not is not even really the issue. It's just hearing the other side and hearing the perspective. And he's a great guy, and he made me think about a lot of things that I hadn't thought about before. And I've definitely have certainly a different outlook on cards and card preparation in general. And kudos to him for making that an open conversation. It takes a lot of guts to put yourself out there and be vulnerable. And so whatever you think, shout out to Kurt for that. Adam, we got a lot to cover, but let me start with you. How do you do it, man? Every day you bang out that morning minute. Whether you're sick or not, I think you will cough your way through a morning minute.
Yeah, that's true.
But you show up every day. First of all, I've told you on and off the air how much I appreciate that, and how it really is part of the identity of Hobby News Daily, and you really have become the voice of Hobby News Daily in a lot of ways. So let me ask you, finding topics and doing it every day. I mean, I know it's a challenge. What do you go through to, figure out what you're going to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time that I have done a show that's like this. Like the original Heroes for Sale podcast in 2020, I think I don't remember if it was 2020 or 2021. It was years ago, but I basically did the same show. Like I did like 330 episodes in like 365 days. So the process is it's very similar. I mean, I also, me and Danny meet on a weekly basis, and I have a love-hate relationship with Twitter. And so that's where I find most of the topics is on Twitter. But then at the same time, it's like, I find myself scrolling through Twitter, and then I see the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life. And I'm like, I got to get out of here. Like, this is not for me. This is not my place to be right now.
But I got to speak up. The fact that you'll go to TikTok makes no sense.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to melt my brain pretty as fast as I can. So that's why I'm using TikTok. And I don't know if I shared this story with you too, just really quick. So with TikTok, I know I'm melting because you can watch TikToks at twice speed if you just hold down on the screen. If anybody uses TikTok, that's probably a good, if you're watching like a 6 or 7 minute video, you can speed it up by just holding on the screen. And I was watching a Bruins game, and I was just sitting on the couch watching the game, and in my head, I'm like, why is the announcer talking so slow? And then I immediately was like, oh, it's because I've been watching every single piece of media at 1.5 times speed for the past month. And that's why the announcer is talking slow. And he's not actually talking slow. It's my brain that's just, it's oozing out of my ears. That's actually what it is. It's not, but sorry, back to the podcast. So I also think I have to do the podcast, or else I'll go crazy. I think that's something where I just, have it speaking on the mic for 5 days a week. I think I find myself wanting to do the podcast because I need to say the things I'm thinking, or I just go crazy sometimes. And I mean, luckily it's not as much as it was like that anymore, but even just podcasting in general, like when I was, working in like marketing and media and stuff back when I first got out of college, Anchor, which is the site we use, which I definitely recommend, it had just come out, and you could only do 5-minute shows on the platform. I think this was 2015. No, it was after I was out of college, so it would have been 2016 or 2017. That's when I first started doing podcasting, and I did 60 or 70 episodes of a show where I was just talking about whatever topics I wanted to talk about. It had no top really specific niche. But then when I got into sports cards, I had already been doing podcasting, so it kind of just was a natural progression into what I was doing. And then, the TikToks, making those videos, and then just getting better on the mic and sounding better and figuring out what the cadence and what I'm going to talk about, and realize, and having the realization that sometimes I'm just going to say stuff and then I'm going to forget sort of where the part that I was trying to talk about. That's just the way that I do shows sometimes. And maybe it's a bad habit. Maybe I don't know. I find it a little bit, it's part of the personality of the show, in my opinion. And it's why I haven't really, when I come in with the topic, I know this sort of general thing that I want to talk about, but if a tangent comes around that I can think of, I'm going to let that tangent go, because in my opinion, sometimes that's some of the most entertaining stuff of the show, is the, tangents that can kind of come into play when you're just talking about any random topic,
You're good for tangents 4 out of 5 days at least.
Yeah. I would say so. That's a good, that's a good ratio there.
Well, I'm glad we're able to offer therapy for you.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
the services at Hobby News Daily. When we say
Right.
we're full
Yeah.
service, we're also therapy for those of you that have to get card stuff out of your system.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
I gotta say, and I don't know if this is going to come out very weird. Your voice, Adam, your voice is one of the first ones I hear in the morning.
Mm.
Every day. Because I do listen to the podcast every day, and so yeah, as awkward as that is for me to say, and admittedly so, yeah, man, you're when I have my alone time in the morning, when I'm waking up and I'm getting the kids stuff ready, and my wife is still upstairs, there's a couple podcasts I listen to, and so uh, I got the Hobby News Daily up every day, so
Yeah.
it's cool, man. I'm listening to you drinking my coffee as I'm preparing lunches, just so you know.
Love to. I mean, yeah, podcasting is just, it's like I said, it's I don't know, it's something I've done for, looking back on it. It's weird how when you start something like that, or you start doing content, or you start doing anything creative like that, it's interesting how quickly time can go.
well,
How
so
like I said,
Adam,
20.
let me ask you that.
Oh yeah.
When we started a year ago,
Mhm.
and you started doing, were you 2 days and Mike was 3 days?
Yeah, I think we were doing Monday, Tuesday. I think we were.
We're
I
doing
don't remember
5
if we
days.
were
And you
doing.
guys divided it. Yeah.
I forget if we were doing Friday shows at that point, but I know we were doing. I was at least doing. No, you know what? I think I was doing Tuesdays and Thursdays, and he was Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then I think we might have switched off Fridays. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know that I was only doing 2 at the start.
So a year later,
Mm.
how different does it feel? The site, which by the way, if you guys don't know, Adam doesn't have one title that's good enough for him. Creative director is the one I like to say, because what you see on the website is typically coming out of Adam's hands. So kudos to you for how far the site physically has come
Yeah.
since my wife and I tried to hack something together a year ago, and I think you were allergic to it. You couldn't change it.
I may have been chomping at the bit to be like, hey, can I make some updates here? Like, yeah. I mean, I definitely, with that, I definitely waited as long as I could until I was like, I gotta ask him if I can at least we got to set up the blog, because the way we were doing it before was it was you're creating a new page and not a blog post. And I was like, I don't know if this is really going to work if we do it this way. So I was like, look, if you just let me do this one thing, trust me, it's going to work and it's going to be fine. And we figured that out. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What was the question again?
The question is, what do you feel about me personally as a man? No, I'm kidding. I wanted to ask you, like, in a year, how far you think it's come, and you kind of answered that.
Yeah, kind of.
With the site update. But the Morning Minute, I think, has come real far. You've gotten into a cadence and you've gotten into a pattern. I think that from a year ago, it was kind of all over the place a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there were just more topics like when we were trying to do the show before, or if it was just the way that we were doing the show. We knew we had to have more topics. So because I think from what I remember, a lot of the topics we did was like there was like 3 or 4 topics on every single show, which I think that's fine. That's if you want to do a podcast, I think that's a fine way to do it. A little bit longer in that sense might help for sure, but like, I think I mean, personally, like I said, this is the style that I'm doing the podcast for Hobby News Daily is how I did the podcast, the original one that I was doing, like with just the Heroes for Sale podcast. It was one topic, and then from that one topic, there could be other smaller, random things that come up in that conversation. But I mean, for the most part, that's sort of what I want it to sound like, as if we're just having a conversation, and not like me being the overlord of hobby content and trying to get everybody to agree with what I have to say, because I said this on tons of different podcasts. There's hundreds of different ways to do the hobby. So like, my opinion is my opinion. It may, there may be facts that lead to my opinion being correct most of the time, but some of the times maybe not. So, and I feel like I've been all right with trying to take, certain criticism or certain types of feedback and maybe make adjustments. But there's just some stuff that, it is what it is when it comes to, you're doing a show 5 days a week. What can, if if there's one episode where someone leaves a specific thing of feedback and the episode wasn't good or whatever, what can you really do? That's kind of my thought process behind it, at least, is just, getting the shows up and also getting as much content. Danny and I have also, like I said, during these meetings, what do we need? It's just content. As much content as we can get up on the site, I think, is good. And especially the way that we have it structured, where, a lot of the writers have their own fan base. I think that definitely helps with, I think I don't remember if I've said this on one of our meetings, but it's like we have such a diverse group of individuals all writing that it's like, that's why, and that's actually honestly why I, it's easy-ish to do the podcast every single day, but also at the same time, it is work to do. But for me, I'm like looking at it like it's an opportunity that you don't really come across a website that has 20 writers that are all not just like random people. They're all people from within the community and within the the industry, and they all have different opinions and they all have different viewpoints on a lot of different things. So, for me, that's one reason why I like doing the podcast, is because I feel like the opportunity for all of us is really great, just from that sense that it's not often you find, again, like I said, a website with 20 different writers, all that are, notable within the industry. So that's, I think, I don't know. I may not have just answered the question. I may have just been yabbering like I usually do, but I think that's sort of my thoughts on where we started the podcast and where we're at now, at least.
I'll cut a clip of the audio for the podcast on Monday for you.
Yeah.
Horatio, you have a question here. I don't know if you can answer this. The picture in the background, what is it of?
That's a print. It's a print, an old print of the riverfront in New Orleans, the Mississippi River. So that cuts through New Orleans. So yeah, it's like a little picture of I guess like a ship in the river with the sky, parts of the skyline of New Orleans in the background. And
I hope that answers the question, Barry.
Yeah, I used to live in New Orleans for a couple of years.
Are there any eBay comps? None.
It's great. I bought that print at a estate sale for like $10.
Nice.
It was a thing of New Orleans in the background. It was here in New York, and yeah, I went to somebody's house and picked it up. I was like, so, and it's yeah, and it's just here. It's been hit by rubber ball, balls everywhere. Is that crazy to say rubber balls? I don't care. I don't know. It's been hit by balls. It's been hit by balls multiple times by my boys as they're playing.
If you're in that sentence, I probably would have gone with rubber balls, if I'm going to be honest.
It's Saturday night. We can do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it PG. I don't know. Maybe we go PG-13 today, Danny. I don't know.
I can handle it. But I wanted to ask you, because I'm genuinely curious. You write so much. Is there a certain article that stands out that you've written? I know we talk about Kurt's, but is there another article that really resonated with you that you personally liked, or was just more got into you a little bit more?
There a couple of articles. Let me see. The one with Kurt's I was proud of, because I was able to kind of pull him out, and write a story about him. And I don't think anything like. Well, actually, who wrote what's his name? I don't know why I'm drawing a blank right now.
Everybody does. It's okay.
Everybody does. Yeah, there had been another article written about him, and so I wanted to take another angle on him, and I think I was able to do that. And the other articles was done pretty well as well. What other article?
Your Japanese cards.
The Japanese cards, that was cool. That was cool. That was good. That was cool because I got to. I had always wanted to get, collectors to talk about why they love their collections and what they really enjoy doing, and like it was something that I didn't know too much about. I mean, I've got a couple of Japanese cards that I bought, but I always love listening to people, especially when you limit them. Like I said, you have to write in under 300 words, and so when you force somebody to write why they love something in under 300 words, it really forces them to kind of make every word count. Yeah. And the people that I contacted really did. And so, I was able to get, Andy Broom at the end also submitted some stuff, some guys that really have different reasons for collecting vintage Japanese baseball. So I thought that was a cool thing. The most recent article I could think of, the 1948 Bowman football,
Mhm.
that I wrote about. That's just my personal favorite set. So I'm glad I was able to write about that. But also, like, look, man, I like the biggest thing for me, and anytime I'm writing an article, is like one of two things. Am I gonna entertain somebody, or how can I educate somebody or teach them something? And that's how I go into it. Like, and this is just me. Like, I'm a boring person. Like, there's nothing. I'm not like I don't have like this crazy life. Like, I have a job. I got a family. I come home.
According to Ruben, it's nuts that all those balls are flying towards the prince. Sounds exciting.
Where's that?
Here,
Man, that's nuts. All those balls flying towards that print. Yeah, yeah.
that is
Print, man. That print gets hit with a lot of balls, man. But
who says you're boring?
But there's some other stuff. I got like I had some cards. Can I take you on a tour of my basement real quick?
Please.
Yeah. So
that's what the show is all about.
Yeah,
It's actually a toy. It's actually a Cribs episode. I don't know.
Cribs
We're
episode.
Well, not only that,
transitioning to a Cribs
it's actually
episode.
for sale.
So that's
He's
my little
actually,
desk.
this is a real estate listing.
So that's my Mets a print of a Mets, but it's signed by a couple of 69. Actually, every single player except for Gil Hodges. So it's got like Tom Seaver's autograph. It's got Buddy Harrelson's autograph. Ed Kranepool, all these guys. But here it is. So let me show you about what I mean about balls flying around the basement. All right. So I had these cards here, right? So
Yeah.
all these cards have been knocked off by my boys playing down here in the basement.
Yeah.
And
So the question is, why do you even leave the other ones up? Who's got to learn a lesson here?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to. I'm like, I guess I'm just really stubborn. I'm just really stubborn. So that's the situation. So that's what's up over there. And
that Mets piece is legit, by the way.
This guy's just there. Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah. So I didn't expect to talk about flying balls in my basement today, but I'm glad we did.
Are your kids on break right now?
Yeah, we got a 4-day. They were off on Friday.
But do you get do they have a spring break?
Next, in about 3 weeks, we're gonna have a spring break.
All right. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have no life for about a week. Yeah. So.
Yeah. All right. We got Simon coming on in a couple minutes. So Simon, I see you in the green room. We'll get you on here shortly. Real quick, because I want to wrap up with you guys, and I want to thank you for your time. I'm trying to say this to everybody who comes on. This site is nothing without you guys. Every single day, I depend on a group of people who are doing this out of passion, and to feel that love and passion for the hobby that we're all in and what we're creating together, I couldn't do. And I mean, guys, the two of you make this site just a level, there's several levels better by you two being a part of it. So I want to thank you guys both, tremendously for everything you guys do for the site.
Thank you. Well, thank you again. Thanks for including me, Danny. I'm Adam said, that there's 20 writers. So, I'm just happy to be part of the group, part of a team. And that also makes the site special. So, that we're part of something, bigger than just us. And it's not just like us doing that. And he said, all people of notable worth in the hobby. I'm like, I don't know about that, but but I appreciate that, that sentiment, just being part of you guys. Like honestly, man, like seeing John Newman real quick. I know we got like John Newman, right? Rich Klein, these guys, and everybody here, like when I start researching how long they've been in the hobby, the things that you guys have done, Danny, and to be asked on, I'm like, great. I mean, I just feel like a piece, and so thank you for having me.
Well, thank you. And the important thing is that we're old enough that you were glad to come on. So,
yeah. And I mean, I'll even, before I wrap up too, I'll just say, I mean, shout out to you, Danny, for, letting somebody who was your podcast host for 2 days a week coming on and just deciding that, hey, I'm going to change the whole entire back end of the website. Are you cool with that? Like, and you said, yeah. So like, that takes a lot of guts to yeah, I mean, like I said, I've done in the past where I was running the back end of a website, and I have web design experience. Like my full-time job is in web design. And so, it's not like I didn't know, I guess, what I was doing, but like, again, like I said, I was just, a 2-day-a-week part-time podcast host. And I was like, hey, I'm going to change the whole entire website. And then that led to, now what the website looks like today. Again, along the way, it continued to be like, hey, I'm going to change this thing. And you're like, all right, okay, do it. And then, eventually it was like, hey, can you do this? And I was like, yeah, I can do that. And then again, it's just, big shout out to you for gathering. It's a very rare opportunity, I think, that we have overall in this, we're just all little specks of dust on a floating rocket at some point. But when you have, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's just, oh shoot, I dropped my microphone stand. Sorry. I'm rambling, but yeah, it's a great opportunity. I'm really glad that we have done the work that we've done on the website and on the blog, and everyone's such a great writer. And it's good that everybody can get together this way, and create such a good experience for people who are looking to learn.
Well, dude, I appreciate it, and we talk all the time, so I'll talk to you shortly, guys. I'm gonna play you off like the Oscars, because we got Jeremy Lee and Simon Chen coming on, and so I'm gonna say hello to them. But thank you so much again, and have a good night, guys.
See you. Have a good one.
Good night. Take care, guys.
Yeah. All right, let's keep the party going. We got Jeremy and Simon. What's going on, guys?
Hello.
Hello.
Doing great. How's the night going? Hour 2 now, right?
I know. I feel like the what do they call it? The red zone, when Scott Hansen has to do 8 hours of football, straight through. For Jeremy, this is a sprint. I'm not used to this. I'm glad you guys are on. You guys are two of our content partners, so I'm thrilled actually to have you guys both here together, because a huge part of the site is our content partners. And so without you guys, we wouldn't have that entire dimension of Hobby News Daily. So the fact that you both had faith enough in me to say, I'm willing to put my name, associated with you, means the world. So thank you for being on, and thank you for what you've done for Hobby News Daily.
With pleasure.
I was happy to join the site. Sounds like you're building something really cool and interesting and different. And I was like a little known name, I think. So I was like, okay, sure. People seem to like my stuff, so why not? Let's do it. So, and try to promote the site wherever I can.
And I love what you're doing, Danny. I think it's a great initiative, and you've put together this amazing team of writers and with Adam and the podcast. It's just such a I think it's such an important initiative that you're doing. You're really trying to bring some professionalism to hobby content and collaboration. And so for me, it's an honor to shout out Hobby News Daily when I do my Sports Cards Live episodes. And man, I'm just a big cheerleader and really proud of what you've done. And I hope and want to see it continue. So thanks for what you're doing.
No, thank you, guys. So I want to take a step back, because we're really celebrating the hobby tonight. Without what we all love, none of this would matter. So 1 year has been a long year in the hobby. Jeremy, I'll work backwards and start with you. A year ago, we were in a whole different place. Where do you see the hobby today? Where are we?
I don't know, man. I don't know where we are.
How's that for a cluster F question?
I think, I think we're continuing, the greater hobby, generally speaking. I think we are continuing to find our footing and to see what, it's been like 3.5 years now of change, whether it's change in licensing, change in, the various companies in the industry, and we've seen all sorts of M&A activity. We're going to see big change in I think we're going to see change with, when Fanatics ultimately takes over the football and basketball licenses. So I think a lot of us are, we're always talking about what's going to happen in 2024. What takeouts are we going to see? Who's going to buy who? And I think a lot of that is because we're kind of looking to see, when are things going to settle down, and when is the hobby just going to kind of slide into a the new normal. I don't think I think the new normal, the current normal, is just one of uncertainty and change. And I think a lot of us especially those who've been around this thing for, decades, we're kind of waiting to see when is it going to just balance out and go on back onto cruise control, if ever, and what will that look like? Because right now it's uncertain. So where are we now? When I say who knows where we are, I kind of mean that. I'm not sure where we are. I don't know where we're going to go. But the nice thing that when we see people getting frustrated with some of the stuff, the nice thing is that the hobby is what you make it for yourself. It doesn't, I don't, if you find things that are really upsetting you, like, oh, I'm buying these boxes of cards and I'm getting a 15% return on my outlay, maybe you shouldn't have bought the box of cards. You got to know what you're getting yourself into. So, it's really what you make it. If you make it a financial burden on yourself, if you make it where it's like the feeling leaving the casino after losing a few $100, where you're just like, why did I even go there? The entertainment wasn't worth it. I think some people have that experience. So again, I'll just summarize this, Danny, and say the hobby is what you make of it for yourself, and you have all the power. So take back that control. Don't let anyone else tell you how to hobby.
I'm right. Simon, you recently wrote or talked about gambling in the hobby.
Yeah.
And it tied in with an article on the site as well. Does the hobby have gambling?
Does the hobby have gambling?
Parts of the hobby have gambling?
I would say a lot of the modern day market is gambling. I would say a lot of the people in ultra modern stuff are looking to make money and are willing to basically flip a coin to see if the pack or the box that they opened or the break that they entered, it turned, they hit on black or whatever, right? But instead of black, it's like the odds are like, instead of being at like 47.53, it's like 20.80. So it's really bad gambling is what I would call it more than anything. And I just made a video about this. It's coming out in a little bit, but you're much better off just going to the casino and betting on black if you are going to think about black as gambling. Like just being honest here. But I would say people who are in it to kind of what Jeremy's saying, if you're in it to make money, then it's going to be a bit of a gamble. If you're in it to collect, then it's not a gamble. You're doing it for the love of the hobby, right? And not to put my own video, but I have a video coming out tomorrow that talks about the differences between this era that we're in right now, the ultra modern era, versus the junk wax era from 20 years ago, and how the foundation in which they're being built is different. And as a result, the next generation of collector is going to be different. A lot of us here, the three of us, I would say, in like the 80s and 90s, we got into it because we love cards. And 20 years later, I came back. You guys were obviously in it, but then a lot of people came back and had this love of cards. It's a nostalgia. It's all this kind of good stuff. I think 20 years from now, the teenagers and like the 20-somethings that are in it right now, it's gonna not be the same. And I talk more about that in my video. And it's gonna lead to a much different generation of collectors that has been created.
I love the professional tease, by the way. Where can everybody see your video tomorrow?
Let's see here. Simon466 cards on YouTube. There you go. I'm doing this right? There we go.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Jeremy, do you open a lot of packs at all anymore?
I do not.
Thank you, sir.
No, I don't. And Simon was just saying that you're better off betting on black, but then he followed it up by saying, unless you're collecting, and that's such a key. I'm so glad he said that. I was writing a note to come back to it, and then he said it, so I stopped writing my note. But that's the important thing. You can open up a box of cards, and if all you care about is ROI and all you care about is a hit, so that you can sell it for more than what you paid for the box, I think you're better off betting on black, like Simon said. But if you want to build a set, or when I used to open up product, I would buy a box, and a few times what would happen is I'd hit an insert, whatever it was, and I would look at it and say, wow, this card is beautiful. Well, what does that do? Now that causes me to go out there and buy and collect that set, or collect that insert of that player for other years. So I would recommend or I suggest to new people coming in who want to open product or people who just like the thrill of opening the packs, I always say like have your eyes wide open, because you might find something in there that's going to lead you on to a collecting project that could last you a long time. Maybe, maybe you're looking for 10 cards or 1,000 or 100 cards, whatever it is. But, opening a box of cards, people have to do it with their kids. And I guarantee you the people that do that with their kids, I don't think they're worrying about the ROI, unless they are, which is fine. But several of them aren't. They're doing it for that experience. If you want to build a set, a fun way to do it is through packs. It can get expensive. That's how we used to do it in the 80s, and I'm sure in the 70s and 60s as well. So to your question, though, Danny, I don't go to the store and buy boxes or packs or cases to open, because I've just learned that it's not going to give me the cards I want. And there's enough people doing that I can now go online wherever and find the singles that I want and, have money left over and really and then not have all this excess of cards that I now have to figure out what to do with, because I have no interest in keeping them. So I don't open product anymore.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I do want to say that when I go to LCS for the first time, and if it's my regular store, I do like to buy a pack if I'm hanging out. If I'm just sort of taking up their space in the store, I think it's kind of courteous. I try to buy a pack. But what I've learned is I want to learn about a series that's coming out that I may not have seen. So, Stadium Club, every year, I know I'm not making any money when I open that pack. I'm buying one pack. The photography is going to be stunning. I'm going to enjoy opening that pack and just seeing the photography. Jeremy, you're right. What am I doing with the cards? Probably donating them right back to the kids at the store. But yeah. I do get the thrill of at least seeing something different. I mean, as crazy as it sounds, I enjoy Allen and Ginter sometimes for, I pulled a watermelon this year, which was a new one. And that's fun, for me to every so often do that. So I open for the fun of it. I'm not even collecting because I'm donating them back. And I'm definitely not looking for ROI, but it is a nice way to just enjoy what's the products that are being put out there and see them. So I encourage people, if you're not familiar with a product or you do like a product, like both of these guys have said, collect how you want to collect, don't be afraid to do something for enjoyment. That's entertainment value is a fine expense.
I'd agree with that. And yeah, like you can buy a pack for all sorts of reasons, right? If it's just for the experiencing of opening a pack, that's great. Spend the $5-10, however much packs cost these days, and to do that. But if you're doing it with the lead intention of ROI, then that's kind of where you get yourself into trouble, right? But yeah, like I think if you want to open a pack, I mean, I'm still looking for a box of 92 Pro Set hockey to bring me back 30 years, so that I can finish off a set that I'm looking to build out. That Jeremy said, like I want to finish it by opening a pack, but we'll see if I can even find a box.
I feel like we're on Let's Make a Deal. Jeremy, do you know anybody that can help him get 92 Pro Set hockey?
I do. I have a feeling that I can find some of that for him at the Toronto Expo about 3 weeks from now. So, Simon, we'll take care of you in Toronto. I'll see you there anyway, but I'm sure you'll find something there.
Yeah, that sounds great.
That's hilarious. So I want to ask both of you, because I've asked everybody else, what do you like collecting yourselves? Like what is your personal collection for those who are watching or listening and don't know or haven't heard before? Jeremy, start with you.
I've got several like PCs within my overall collection. So I've got a few sets that I collect, and I'm not talking about, like 69 Topps baseball. I'm talking about like insert sets from modern hockey products. National Treasures Hockey 2013 did the numbers patch variation. I collect that set. 2014 Upper Deck Masterpieces. There's a parallel set called the Black Framed Leather Prime Memorabilia. It's 153 card set. I've been working on that for several years. Still working on it. I collect a lot of modern inserts of my favorite, the McDavids, the Crosbys, Gretzky's, Mario Lemieux's, that kind of thing. I also collect Hall of Fame rookie cards from all sports, and hockey's my number one sport, but I collect baseball, basketball, football as well. So I also like some 90s inserts, some Ken Griffey Jr., some Shaquille O'Neal, some Michael Jordan. I'm kind of all over. I have a non-sport collection, Danny, of Hollywood and music and historical figures. But those cards, I like them to be tobacco sized, really small. So they go from like the 1920s, my Charlie Chaplin card, my Walt Disney, up until some of these Swedish cards from the 1970s and up to there. So I'm kind of all over the place, but despite all that, I'm actually very organized with what I collect. I do have a vision.
Is there anything you don't collect?
I don't collect Pokemon, and I don't collect wrestling, and I don't collect ultra modern quarterbacks or baseball prospects.
So, Simon, what's your shirt?
So it says Le Magnifique. So it's Mario Lemieux. It's
there we go.
That's him. And so this is from his foundation. They were selling it, I don't know, like 10 years ago. And I bought both a T-shirt and a hoodie that I wear when I go play hockey. But yeah, so he's one of the guys that I collect. I collect a bunch of his cards. I'm going through this exercise where I'm going to trading card database right now and going from 1990 all the way through to the year 2000 or 97 when he retired to like literally go through every single hockey set and every single insert to see if it's an interesting card that I like. And if I like it, then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go buy it. And because a bunch of these are a couple bucks or whatever, right? So and then I can add them to this binder of Mario Lemieux cards that I've had literally since the 90s. That is, besides a layer of dust, has been mostly untouched. But I did buy a Mario Lemieux card recently that Jeremy actually brought to my attention during one of his live shows. It's a Mario Lemieux Young Guns card. So he was obviously not around when Young Guns came out, but he was in one of his live shows and he mentioned that Mario Lemieux has these Young Gun cards. And so I just bought one recently because there's the unnumbered version. There's a version that's out of 10 and there's a version that's out of 5. So one out of 10 came out. And so I won it on eBay for some amount of money that you could Google. And it is now, it is now, don't tell my wife. And it is now at the Ship My Cards warehouse where I will eventually have it delivered to me. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
And hilarious, by the way. I want to talk to you guys, since you're content creators, from that perspective. When the hobby has all the craziness going on, are you tempted to talk about it because everybody's covering it, or are you looking for a different perspective, or do you just want to zig when everybody zags? And Simon, I'll start with you on that.
I only make content about it if I have something new to add. So it's like a little bit of a zig when people zag. So otherwise, I don't need to be the 800th person to talk about card cleaning because I have nothing to add about that. So unless there's like a viewpoint that is actually like what I believe, I'm not just going to create a video just to say something controversial. If it's something that I believe and it's not been said, then I'll make it. But if it's aligned, if it's just news and it's kind of like, oh, well, SGC got bought out by collectors, okay, good luck to them. Like I have nothing to add to that, and so then I just kind of let it be, and I just kind of do my own thing.
Where do you feel most comfortable with your content?
Oh, the crux of the channel is based off of analytics and numbers and math and economics and business. So yeah,
around cards.
Yeah. Oh yeah, around cards. Yes, for sure. Yes.
Yeah. I want to make sure. Jeremy.
Yeah. No, I don't feel the need to talk about everything, but sometimes I end up talking about it anyway, just because, my content is 100% live. I don't do any pre-recorded podcasts or episodes, unlike Simon, who does it, edits, does a great job at it. That's what a lot of people do. So I also figured there's enough people that are doing the news aggregating angle. I can tune into Sports Card Dad or Sports Card Nonsense or Dan the Card Man. If I want to know what's going on day to day in the hobby, there's enough guys doing that. So I don't feel the need to just be the news reporter. Again, enough guys doing that. the way my content runs is I pretty much do interviews on Saturday nights. And unless I'm doing a solo show, which I'm trying to do once a quarter now, and then I will look to some of the news that's going on, and I will speak my thoughts on whatever's hot, whatever the topics are. Again, like Simon, if I feel that I've got something interesting to say, if I feel like maybe I don't have a different take than everybody else, but maybe my take is something that will corroborate others or add on. And then oftentimes I'll get messages from people saying, are you going to speak on this topic? It's like, well, I wasn't planning on it, but you brought it up. So, maybe it'll come up on my show on Saturday or something like that. So if one of these hot news topics is interesting to my Saturday night guest, then maybe we'll talk. Then maybe it'll come up and we'll get into it. So, I've done several episodes I was calling Taking Stock with DPZ, Dennis Zender. And we used to do that we were trying to do it one to two times a month. We haven't done one in a couple months, but we plan to do another one eventually here. And that was kind of to get into some of these hot topics, again, where I or we felt that we had something constructive to add to the overall conversation. So that's kind of where I fall on it. I mentioned, of course, Hobby News Daily is a place to go every morning to hear what's going on. But it's funny, I don't look at Hobby News Daily as, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't look at Hobby News Daily as talking about all the drama that goes on in the hobby. I think it maybe covers it sometimes. But your group, I feel, is more or less talking on, it's original articles. People, like all the different writers, are coming up with something that they can be passionate about. And it may or may not have to do with what's kind of the hot topic in the hobby, or you're talking about a new set, or, Bobby's giving his detailed review or educating on an obscure hockey issue from the 1930s or 40s that no one's ever heard about before. And he's educating. Like, to me, that's a bit different than what the sports card dads and the card mans are doing, and even sports card nonsense guys. I think you're filling a different need than them. So I didn't want to leave out Hobby News Daily when I talk about the hot topics, but I don't know that, or Adam on the podcast, he's touching on some of these things, but that's not the focus of Hobby News Daily. And I like that about it. You're getting a well-rounded type of content with Hobby News Daily.
And I'm glad you said that, because we're celebrating a 1-year anniversary. A year ago, we were the most basic of basic sites, trying to get our legs under us. Jeremy, you and I have talked off air, and really trying to figure out how to make us look the best, be the best, cover everything. And you're right. We don't want to be sensationalist journalism or I'm going to be careful with my wording here. Hobby watchdogs and go after people just for the sake of going after. That's not my vision. Do we have pressure to cover stories? Yeah, no, we do. And the more the story gets close to somebody with us, the more questions that we get asked and feel the need to cover. And so, it's an interesting combination. That's why I was curious with you guys. We try to touch base. Jeremy, like you said, Adam will talk about it in the morning. He might give his personal thoughts on it, but that's going to cover it more or less, unless there's other tentacles. Like Simon said, unless we have something new to add to it, we're just going to touch on it on the morning minute and leave it there. I do the video interview series, Jeremy. I've interviewed you, Simon. I'm going to have you on. And, one of the things that we do is just, we're talking hobby. If there's a relevant topic to the guest, certainly talk about it and you want to cover it. But Jeremy, I don't edit, either. So, it's one of those things where you don't always know where it's going with the guest. And sometimes, they take it to the major issue, even if you weren't planning on going there. And so, we touched it there a little bit, but the articles, you're right. The articles, I want to be interesting. I want them to resonate with people. I want them to say, nobody else is writing about this. What Bobby does, show me somebody else who's writing about what Bobby's writing about right now, and I just think that's, fantastic. Some of the work, our content partners, I'm not even kidding. I talk to people every single day that say they found a different podcast from listening, or actually from coming to read an author or to read an article. They would just click on it and find a new podcast. And that was not exactly what we thought originally, but what we're finding is there's spillover there. So I hope for you guys, that you're finding this successful and it's working out, and we appreciate the partnerships. And, I just wanted to thank you again. I know I thanked you at the beginning, but we got 4 hours, and I'm going to thank everybody a bunch because I'm appreciative. How's that?
Well, I think I'm sure everyone's appreciative of what you've done. You've provided a platform for 20 writers to have where you're helping bring an audience to them. Guys like myself and Simon are helping to bring more audience to the website, and on all the links there to everyone's platform, and the podcast and the YouTube and the articles. I mean, I think it's a great thing, and you've got some great writers there. You got some people with all sorts of different areas. So keep it up, and you might lose a writer here or there, but you'll pick up another writer here or there, and I think that's going to keep it fresh. That's not a bad thing. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And I know you're on top of it, Danny. I'm in the group chat, and I can see just how organized you keep it, and with you being so professional about it, I'm noticing that all of the participants are, and I'm not saying they were anything before, but they're leveling up. Everyone is reciprocating that level of professionalism, and I think it comes through in the content and the attitudes of everybody involved. So, kudos to you and just everyone who's been involved in Hobby News Daily for the last year. I've been excited about it, Danny, since when you first told me about it before it launched, and I continue to be. So, congratulations on the 1 year anniversary. It's no small feat, especially you're not just doing a podcast once in a while. You're running a team of writers here, scheduling and the website and everything. And so again, kudos, congratulations. I'm happy to be able to come on here tonight for a few minutes, say a few words, and just to be a part of it, sort of on a tertiary part of Hobby News Daily.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your tertiary as well. Simon, I don't know how you follow that up, but I just wanted to make sure that I want to have you on as a video coming up as an interview. We've gotten actually requests for you, so I haven't told you that.
Oh, wow,
yet,
okay.
People want to hear from you, so like Jeremy says, when people tell you they want to hear about something, you quickly realize you got to make it a priority. So you are a priority, and I look forward to interviewing you soon, and we'll talk off air.
Well, yeah, for sure. I'm happy to do it. And I beyond just echoing what Jeremy said, you're thanking us, but I think, I want to thank you as well for including me in this family that you've built together. And like what Jeremy said, I can't even imagine the amount of logistics that goes on behind the scenes to make this stuff happen. I see the stuff in the chat, but that's about it. But yeah, it's I can only imagine the amount of work that it's taken to get to this place and to get to this, the place that you're at now, the website. And the thing that I like the most about the website is the breadth and the range of the articles. You have, Courtney's article on gambling, and then there was an article, I don't remember how long ago it was about maybe a week ago. It's about the masks from the 1990s. I think it was Pinnacle. And it brought me back. Yeah, it brought me back because I remember those cards from the 90s. I'm oh yeah, and I remember reading the article and just a wave of nostalgia hit me, right? So, one side talking about real life issues like gambling, and the other side's Pinnacle masks from the 90s. This is such a wide range. So no matter what type of collector you are, how you are in the hobby, there'll be something on the site for you. And that's kind of the thing that I like the most about it. Every day I'm oh, what'll be the topic for today? Because I have absolutely no idea what it's gonna be. It could be vintage to anything, right? It could be anything.
Neither do I, and it's scary.
So, what'd you say?
I said neither do I, and it's scary as you know what. Yeah. No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate both of you guys taking the time tonight. I know we got the green room full, so I'm gonna move on to the next section. But thank you guys for making time in your evening and for everything you do, for supporting us. Couldn't do it without the support. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Have a great rest of the show. Hello to everybody down there in the green room. Have a great show. Simon, good to see you again, pal. Danny, thank you. Peace out.
Danny, maybe I'll see you.
There we go.
What's going on?
What's up?
we got a changeover here. We got the fresh crowd, the 7:30 round going on. Chris, you made it.
I made it. Yeah.
I knew you would make it.
Yeah.
Well,
just got back home from watching the greatest soccer team in North America win another match. So.
Oh, well, I think you might be biased, but congratulations.
That's a fact, though. We have the best record since 2018. Just haven't won any trophies yet. So,
and Nick, I want to give you a proper introduction. What is your official Hobby News Daily title? Chiefs of Gossip and Chief of Gossip and General Mischief
during the pop.
Yeah, and General Mischief, I think.
Yes, pretty much.
Hijinks.
The fun guy spelled with an I.
Right. Hilarious. Well, for those that don't know you guys, I want you to give kind of an introduction to who you are, what you do, and kind of what you write about. And Chris, I think you've tipped off a big part of your love of sports, but you've got a huge baseball side. So why don't you let everybody know about that?
The thing with Hobby News Daily is that it really got me back into writing again after a bit of a lull. I think some people might know, but I'll give you the whole story. But I started almost a Samizdat newsletter about 25 years ago called Stale Gum, and I kind of patterned it as sort of a baseball card version of a punk rock fanzine and a baseball card version of Dave Meltzer's Wrestling Observer newsletter, but for cards. I did that for about 5 or 6 years and then got kind of bored with it. Then around 2007, 2008 is when blogging really started to blow up. You had a lot of great cardboard-related blogs out there. There was Dave Campbell, the Cardboard Junkie. There was Susie Lajudai with her Cardboard Bandits. Everybody knows Suze, by the way. So, yeah, I've known her since then. So it kind of just inspired me to get back into writing again, because the blog format, instead of just writing one thing once a month, I can just write like a 500 or 800 word blog post and not have to wait for it. And, I kind of continued as a blog for about 5 or 6 years. And then Twitter came along the scene. And I discovered that I can get the same points across in like 200 or 340 character tweets than I could in a 500 to 800 word blog post. So I kind of let the long form writing part go away and transition into blogging. But Hobby News Daily has really gotten me back into writing these kind of long form articles. I kind of patterned my contributions to what that original Samizdat cardboard newsletter was 20 years ago. So it's just 1,500 to 2,000 words about what's on my mind about baseball cards that month. And a Dave Meltzer reference. Yeah.
This live stream.
And back in the day, back when I was writing that newsletter, I would actually review products, and I would actually use like a 5-star rating system the same way Meltzer does. Only I called it the 5 gum stick system because it's called Stale Gum baseball cards. So you could probably find, if you look real closely at like the Internet Archive and you do a deep dive, you could probably still find some of my old stuff from 15, 20 years ago. So that could be a challenge for some of you out there.
You write some really cool stuff, Chris, and
Yeah.
I'm glad to have you on the site. And I say this to everybody: without you guys, the site would be nothing. So thank you for everything you do. And I'll respond to the comments in the chat in a second. But seriously, I know you. We don't have to talk about it on air, but you have a little bit of more of a challenge to turn an article in than some other people. So I appreciate your patience with what you have to do to get an article in and getting it to me. And
Should we tell them why? I think I mentioned this.
Let's just say you have to get it cleared through your work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I haven't mentioned the PSA SGC deal.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chris, did you keep Portland weird?
I just got back from last weekend in Portland seeing America's greatest soccer team win. But I was not impressed with Portland, so let's just leave it like that. Do not go to Portland if Portland, the one in Oregon, not the one in Maine. Do not go to Portland unless you have to. I will just leave it at that.
All right, real quick. John Keating says that I'm wearing my Olive Garden uniform tonight. Looking forward to it being a relic. Barry says, where's the calamari? Just remember, it is unlimited breadsticks. There we go. All right, Nick, you got a card shop.
Yes. We have a shop in New Hartford, New York.
Oh wait, I just want to say, like, that was one of the biggest things for me was to have somebody to represent all sides of the hobby, and the fact that you are willing to share the stuff you do in the chat room, and then ultimately in the articles. I just want to thank you. It adds a whole new dimension, and I probably learn as much from you as anybody.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah. So tell everybody what you do.
We have a shop in New Hartford, New York. We do everything from comic books, TCG, sports cards, you name it, we sell it if it's collectible. I do breaks through YouTube, Facebook. I'm on like every side of the sports card hobby, the breaks, the collecting, buy, sell, trade. As opposed, like you asked a question about gambling, what I see in the store, it's not people wanting to gamble. It's a lot of fathers and sons lately. I would say 90% of it is guys that just want to get that nostalgia with their kid. And they are not leaning towards the $400 boxes. They're going towards the 200 and less boxes just to have that nostalgic feeling. I don't think they're aiming towards that gambling side. There are aspects where you can consider gambling, but it is probably a small portion of the hobby. We sell less $400 plus boxes than everything by volume. So
do people open a lot of stuff in the store?
Yes. Yeah. Both ends of that, like the guys that are trying to rip to hit a big hit, and the guys, father and son. We're gonna have like a little lounge. We're in the middle of expansion right now. The store is gonna be like 3 times the size of what it is now. We're gonna have a room for the gaming, Dungeons and Dragons, and like a little rip area as the remodel's done. So it's more plans in the future. John will tell you, Sports Card Nation. I don't want to get him and somebody else mixed up all the time. But I didn't expect this to grow the way it did in a year. This community, the community and the families, like the people that are part of the community, not the rip and flippers and all those people have built the store up like you wouldn't believe. It's crazy.
Really, the rippers and flippers?
Yeah, the rippers and flippers. No, they're like a minor part of the equation.
Yeah. So when I was saying this earlier, when I go into an LCS, I always open a pack try something new. I have been told by the card shops, and this is a conundrum that I understand, is how many boxes to pack out versus leaving sealed and selling them as a box. I mean, how do you make that decision whether you're packing a box out or you're leaving it sealed, or does it not really matter to you?
There's certain products where the hits are, and I don't like to sell those by the pack. Just I don't want that reputation as a store, and I explain to people I can't sell packs of that. You can easily see where the relic or the RPA is in that box. So and most people are good with that. But anything else, for the most part, anything that is pack sellable, I'll sell it. I mean, Prism football, we were selling for $90 a pack. You know, I didn't understand that logic buying that pack, but people wanted them. So,
Well, what's a box?
I think at the time it was $1,000, $950,
Yeah.
something like that.
So
So-
for the person who doesn't want to drop $1,000, they can open one pack for $90.
Yeah, it's still that's crazy in the night.
It's
And
unbelievable.
another thing, a lot of dealers don't like the pricing the way it is. We hate that football is so expensive. Like it's hard for a kid to get in. Yeah, and it's products that they can get are you can't even get downers anymore for $5 a pack. It's $20, $30 a pack. So it's trust me, we don't like it as much as the consumer doesn't like it.
Do you mind me asking how much it's changed? Like, how different has it been? Well, this is our 1 year anniversary, so I've been asking everybody, how much has your world changed in the last year? Maybe for you, it's been a little bit more than a year, but how much has distribution and allotments and that world changed?
I've been doing distribution for about 12 years. The last 2 years, it's changed a lot. With Fanatics, we are able to get more. We developed a relationship early when they started going direct with more dealers. And, we saw the writing on the wall. So we weren't planning on doing a store, but we opened, actually, today's the end of year 1 for the store too. So,
Congratulations.
It's changed a lot. Like, you're earning allocations. It's still the same, but different. Instead of getting one box, we're getting cases, and distribution is dirty business, but it's a necessary evil too, because there's no way that Panini could distribute to the 3,000 or 4,000 stores that are out there. I just don't like the way they do it. And that in the long run, going direct, I think Fanatics is going to change that. Just seeing what they're doing with baseball. And
you mean change it in a good way?
Yeah, it's you don't see boxes spike for baseball like you do for football or basketball.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's equally dispersed, so there's no need to create that false shortage narrative.
Sure.
So,
Chris Harris. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off there. Chris Harris, I was wondering, other than traveling around to soccer teams, what do you actually collect these days?
I'm just trying to go back and collect a lot of the stuff that I missed out on or ignored maybe about 20, 25 years ago. Baseball, obviously. I'm going back and trying to, and I'm almost like 2 years ago, I made a goal of trying to build a 1994 Pinnacle Museum collection set, and I'm 10 cards away from it. And for those of you that don't know, it's a 540 card parallel. Every card is done in Dufex, and they look awesome. It's probably the best parallel. I will say this. It's the best parallel ever made. Better than refractors, better than whatever. So I'm just going back and collecting that kind of stuff like Upper Deck case hits from that era, Fleer and Fleer Ultra case hits. I loved Ultra. That's a product that I really miss in baseball. Stuff from late 90s, early 2000s. So,
have you been to Bel Air since they moved to the new store?
Yes, I have.
I had John Keating meet me there, and so he said he liked it. He'll return, hopefully, with an invite to one of the birthday parties. So we might have to do a Hobby News Daily birthday party at Bel Air Sports Cards.
Maybe like a special edition of something like this over at. Maybe you can ask Mel if he could set up a podcast studio. He's got enough room for one.
He's got plenty of room. All right, Nick, talk about singles versus packs.
Singles, I mean, the price shouldn't matter on whether something is a gamble. It's what.
Wait, let me. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Are we talking vintage or modern? Because I think those are two different conversations. But maybe that's me. Maybe that's me.
you could count both. Like every product's not made for everybody. Like Flawless is not made for everybody, but people like opening that. So that's where, that's where those fans are. There's people that don't even do breaks that will open a briefcase of Flawless. They enjoy that. That's their way of contributing to the hobby. Those people aren't ripping tops. So it's how you, in that same conversation earlier, it's how you want to enjoy the hobby. If you want to enjoy the hobby by having cheap, a cheap buy-in and all that, go with singles, go with opening tops, go with opening bloodline. Big league. There we go. I just remember to be yelling. And just like enjoy it the way you like. Like to like point fingers at people's, oh, you're gambling. Maybe they like enjoying the hobby that way. Like they want the higher end cards. A lot of people don't want them. I personally don't even buy them for the store. Like $1,000 cards. One, it doesn't sell in the store. Most of our sales are $50 and under for cards. That is how the people enjoy the hobby in our area. Do I think it's wrong for people to buy $1,000 cards? No. But that if you want to consider buying a $90 pack and $1,000 card, a gamble, it's the same gamble. That $1,000 card could go down tomorrow. Could be nothing. So if we're putting value, just collect what you like enter how you like. Yeah. Is there an aspect of gambling, like a small percentage of the hobby? Yeah, absolutely. There is. And backyard breaks is, proves that.
I'm also going to say there's an entertainment cost. If I go to a movie, it's going to cost me $20 for a certain period of time. If I bet on a football game, I'm paying, because I'm usually going to lose, $20 for 3 or 4 hours of entertainment. Question for you. John Keating asks, curious as to how many base cards get left on the counter.
Not as much as you think. There's most people pull the rookies and stuff. There is a lot of sub builders in the store, which is maybe a different demographic than everybody. But we've also, maybe 1 or 2 of the customers will leave base cards for the kids, and
open a pack and just leave the cards, because that's what I end up doing a lot of times.
Yeah, it's a lot of boxes that get open. They leave the base. They take the color, the rookies, and all that stuff. Whatever they want from the box.
Chris, do you keep commons when you open?
I keep commons the way I open, and I want to say that the phenomena of people opening packs and leaving the cards they don't want on the counter is not new. How do you think I was able to assemble an 89 Upper Deck and a 92 Bowman set without opening one pack? Rip. Who's this jabroni Mariano Rivera? Why is he dressed like this? I'll take that. Thank you very much.
Flipping is nothing new either. I can remember 1992 tops. We were pulling the Brian Taylors out, selling them back to the dealer for boxes. And what do you think happened with all that base? Probably most of it went in the trash can there, unless it was a Hall of Famer or a player we liked.
Well, prospecting pulled a gold card.
I was about to say prospecting is a whole nother conversation also.
Yeah, and that's just, it's been part of the hobby forever. It's just how we forget, like, how we collected as kids, or how we even did the hobby when we were kids. We did a lot of trading. Their value has always mattered. It's not anything new.
Yeah.
Right.
Chris, Barry,
question: how did I get the Griffey Jr.?
Yeah.
True story. In 1999, Upper Deck included a pack of 1989 in each Series 1 hobby box. What do you think was in my pack of 89 Upper Deck in 1999?
They're still printing them today.
Griffey Jr. I kind of did open up one pack of 89 Upper Deck 10 years later.
See, your integrity is gone. You did get it out of a pack. Just saying.
Yeah.
Keating says
still assembled that 92 Bowman pack set, although I am 2 cards short, without opening up a pack. So,
Chris, I think Keating's saying that leaving the cards has not been forever. It's a junk wax era phenomenon. So that's probably about when you were collecting anyway.
Okay. So Keating bought his packs at the Wawa in 81. Okay. He kept them, but by the time 87, 89, 90 came around,
They were leaving them on the counter.
They were leaving, yeah.
Without a doubt.
Right.
Uh,
We were definitely picking out the rookies and the all-stars and leaving, I don't know, any friends that had base.
Nick, how did you get into cards?
1986 Mets when I was like 7 years old, and I loved Darryl Strawberry, that whole team. And then I when Darryl Strawberry got traded, I became a fan of the real good team. And
You are the chief of trouble. Hey, Orlando. And so you just started collecting. You went from Mets to Yankees?
yeah, it was a family thing at that point. They were all Yankee fans, and you know, if you wanted to watch a game, it had to be a Yankee game. But I didn't mind. I was 10 years old. Like Darryl Strawberry just got traded. It was the end of my world at 10. A few months later, Joe Montana got traded to the Chiefs, and I'm a Chiefs fan too. So
Barry says, "Don't say 86 Mets. I'm an Astros fan."
oof.
Mookie says the Pirate Parrot got him hooked. By the way, I don't know.
You don't know the story about the Pirate Parrot?
Please,
dealing on the side. The Pittsburgh drug trial.
That's hilarious.
It's true.
No, I
half
believe
the
it.
members of the half the players in the National League were on the old booger sugar, and their dealer was the Pirate Parrot.
That is classic.
I think there's like a 30 for 30 about it too.
That
the 86 Met had 30 for 30. That was a cocaine party the whole season.
Yeah.
Pirate Parrot was the Tony Montana of the NFL East. This took a turn I wasn't expecting. All right. So one year down, Hobby News Daily. Chris, is there an article you've written or something that stands out to you? Or not?
I'm trying to think. You know, what I write is just in the moment. It's not
the Tom Brady
the Tom Brady card. I mean, it was a good marketing gimmick, but I think Topps kind of dropped the ball with it by making it a little too scarce for people to pull. I mean, it's like a 1 in every 200 box hit. I mean, it's great that you're marketing it and you're trying to get people to collect, but then when they throw their money down to get to buy the product, expecting to find this card, and then they find out it's like a 1 in every 200 box hit. That's not how you build. That's not how you bring collectors into the hobby. That you make them. You don't. Making people feel like chumps is not a good way to 10x the hobby.
Fair enough.
So,
Nick, has there been something on the site that you've read or you've written that you remember thinking, "Oh, that's pretty cool"?
Oh, there's been a few articles. I just like the wide range of articles that we have on the website. Like, you couldn't find something like something in counterpoint to you, and you look at it and say, "Oh, they got a point." You know, I like that we have different opinions in the group. Like, that's huge. Going through, there's nothing really. I mean, I didn't write an article that sticks out, but usually I do the previews, and I did the Magic thing earlier this year. We're saying, hey, this set is very important to them. If they don't do this right, it's the end of Magic, and they actually came through and did it right, and then they messed up the set after that. So it was yeah, it's a very important year for them. They got to figure out what they're doing. It's a game that's been around for 30 years, and it's struggling right now. So it's interesting to watch.
Well, my son just got the Van Gogh Pokemon Pikachu. Does that have any legs to it, or is that a gimmick?
I think the Pokemon doesn't like when things get flipped. After like 2020 and all those sets they said, we're going to make sure sets are out there for people. They reprinted it to the moon, and for a long time you couldn't sell a box for what you paid for it at wholesale. Even like people were dumping them at $70, $80. They have said that about the Van Gogh Pikachu. So I would expect it to be readily available probably within the next 3 months, like where anybody could get it if they want it. That's just the way Pokemon works as a company. They know there's got to be collectability to the games, but a promo like Pikachu shouldn't be $300 like right off the bat, and people shouldn't be stealing them from a museum to sell them on the open market.
As somebody who's been to the Van Gogh Museum, it's kind of cool collab. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, they do some cool stuff. They've done stuff with Super Mario Brothers and all that, and all of it's been successful, just not this fast. Like the Mario Kart, I think is $800 now, and it's been out for a few years. So,
thank you, John. Moynihan has one also. The slab rack. It's the Slab Museum back there.
Oh, that's an awesome thing, and customers love it. And like I said, I told you the feedback they gave. It's minor, like very minor. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome. All right, Chris Harris, what is your hobby plans for the next week or two?
Well, this is WrestleMania weekend, so
of course it is.
And it's also Chantilly this weekend. So
are you going?
I'm going Friday.
Oh, I'm gonna miss you. I'll be there Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, well, that's WrestleMania Saturday and Sunday. So
well, yeah.
So yeah, Friday. Check it out. It's one of the better shows.
Yeah, Chantilly's awesome.
Yeah.
Nick, so what's the expansion plan? Over budget and over time like everybody else?
What's that?
Behind schedule and over budget like every other construction project? Or
yeah, this was supposed to be done in November, so I'd say we're a little behind schedule. They just started at about a month. They're rolling pretty good. I think it'll be done mid-month. My part of it, like filling it up, will probably be done 3-4 months. It's going to take a little bit. But yeah, it's. I can't wait. We need it for our trade nights. We have a good crowd for our Pokemon trade night. We get like 50 to 100 people every Pokemon trade night, and I'm like maybe 1,000 square foot of shoppable area, so it's not really over the space.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
If people want to get into breaks or follow you on YouTube, how do they find you?
AAN Collect.
Same as across social media.
Yep, just everything's AAN Collect. I claimed everything. I learned my lesson last time.
Fantastic. Well, guys, I enjoy you coming on. I want to thank you. I'm hitting halftime here, so I'm gonna take a couple minutes and talk.
You got a halftime show? Who you got booked?
I have a 30-second video planned.
Oh, you didn't get Taylor Swift for
that allows me
this?
to stand up and
Beyonce.
I got Beyonce. You know, she called me. It was an easy arrangement, and I said, "Listen, you know, I can't work with you. You're not a real collector." She's a flipper. People don't know that.
No, really.
She's a gambler straight up.
Real quick, I also want to just give a shout out to Stadium Insurance. Stadium Insurance, guys, protect your collections if you're a dealer or a collector. StadiumInsurance.com. Without them, we wouldn't have a site. There are real expenses to running what we do and paying for software and logo designs and web work and everything else. So shout out one more time, Stadium Insurance and StadiumInsurance.com. All right. Chris, Nick, I want to thank you guys for coming on and for everything you do. Like I said at the beginning, I wouldn't be here without you guys at all. And so thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us be a part.
Yeah. Thank you for getting me off of my duff and getting to writing again. So,
well, it's good. It's good stuff. And I enjoy reading both of you guys. So thank you. And I got Lauren in the green room, so I'm going to move on to her.
All right.
Thank you so much.
The free world, folks.
Take care.
Later.
Chris, well, I didn't hear you make it one more time.
Keep on rocking in the free world, folks.
There we go. That's how we end it. Take care.
All
See
right.
you guys.
Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in early. I'm sorry.
No, it's perfect. Are you? As long as you're ready, I'm moving. We got.
Well, I know you gotta like get up and do your, your stretches.
I'm gonna do my stretching. I'm gonna do my stuff.
Get some blood flowing in your legs. I'm sure.
Oh, 4 hours sounded good. When I thought of this.
When initially it was announced, I was like, oh, that's cool. Is Danny gonna do this whole thing straight? And you sure did.
Evidently, stupidity is a family trait. So,
ambition is what gets you every time, but
that's
you
right.
pull it
I'm
off.
supposed to say, right. My therapist said I'm supposed to say ambition. Yeah,
Exactly. That's what it is. And you usually pull it off. I mean, 99% of the time, it comes off perfect.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And first of all, you are one of our relatively newer writers, but you've, gotten some stuff out there and really got some hot stuff going right now. So before we do the background story and introduce you, I just want to take a whole different angle. Talk about your most recent story.
Okay. So I did a review of the Dallas Card Show. I mean, they reposted it to their story, so I guess that they read it and were like, okay.
Had you been before?
I have been before, yeah. I think this was our third time going and setting up. And because my husband, he just got back into setting up as a dealer about a year ago. He was like, I'm kind of getting the itch. I would really like to do this. And I was like, okay, let's do it. So I've learned a lot. It's really fun. And Dallas was, I think, the first one we did together. And it's such a good show. It's just so, like, the crowds are great. It's well organized. It's large, but it feels pretty intimate. It's very convenient to go from like your hotel room right down the hall to a massive card show. So yeah, and I had written about going to Culture Collision, which that was our first time going to that. That was a great show. I really enjoyed that too. So we go to a show about like once every other month. So I was like,
what state are you in?
We're in Florida.
I was wondering. It seemed like a little bit of driving.
Yeah, well, we have a camper, and so we're able to take our dogs with us, and so we just kind of like plan the trip.
Family trip. Yeah.
Yeah, so it works out. Yeah, so we like it.
That's awesome. So you're not coming up to Chantilly, are you?
Not yet. It's on the list of to do, but we have not been yet, and we do want to go.
Great show. I was just talking about it before. It's really worth going sometime, even if you don't set up.
I heard you say, because when I was listening before, that you were going, and I was like, we really want. I think Cage has talked about it before, and so I've since he started, that was probably like 2 years ago. I heard like about it, and and Brian's really interested, so hopefully we'll make our way up there because it just sounds like a really good, enjoyable show.
Yeah. So let's work backwards. How did you get into cards? Introduce yourself to the crowd, and
sure.
and what do you do other than travel around in a camper?
So I got into cards, kind of like the traditional story as a kid. My brother and I would collect them, not seriously. We didn't really know what we were doing. It was just kind of a fun thing. Vince Carter was from around our area, so like he was a hometown hero that we were all interested in. Pokemon, of course. Pokemon was huge, and we couldn't even get our hands on Pokemon cards. So when we did, we were just like losing our marbles. And then got into other things. Other things kind of like took on our time. And then when I met my husband Brian, he kind of said like, yeah, one of my hobbies is like cards and memorabilia. He does memorabilia too. And I was like, oh, cool. And then I realized like it's not like it's a pretty large portion of his existence, and now it's a pretty large portion of our existence. So yeah, and I just I love it. I love that I've been able to learn so much from so many people, and like I get to connect with so many smart people, and honestly it's changed my life, which is incredible. And being asked to be a writer for Hobby News Daily is like I was so excited and shocked, and like did he have the wrong person? Is this can't be right? But like to be part of something that like I really enjoy and respect, and that I get to be my own little part of it is like really exciting for me. So
Well, thank you, and I love having you. And somebody else I love having is in the green room. I'm going to bring in right now. We have Courtney.
There she is.
I totally panicked because I saw it. I keep jumping in and out because I have to get my kids ready for bed and make dinner. And then I like turned it on and I saw you run. I'm like, we're supposed to be on at the same time. Am I late?
No, we did.
I kind of jumped the gun. Danny was supposed to have a break and like do his calisthenics, and I cut in early.
So I'm just gonna like stretch while we talk, and
You remember those old videos of like the ladies sitting on the chairs doing like para calisthenics? That's
under the desk. I'm actually working out. You just can't see.
Yeah, one of those TikTok step devices where you're just
there. You go. Yeah, he's not exerting himself, but he's definitely moving.
Watch is definitely yelling at me.
That is the story of my life. Not exerting myself, but definitely.
Courtney, welcome to the craziness. How are you doing?
I'm so excited to be here. Thrilled. I love it.
Thrilled you're here. You two are bringing an energy that is great at this part of the evening. Better than caffeine. I love having the two of you. You're definitely like some of our best writing comes from you guys, without a doubt. We get such great feedback, and I hope I tell you that enough because, specifically, I get feedback about different articles, and both of you have written articles that have, let's say, gotten a reaction, and, in different ways. Courtney, I just had Lauren talk about her most recent article. Could you talk about your article on gambling a little bit? Because I think that was
I feel like it was like it was polarizing, and I didn't mean it to be polarizing. And I think that a lot of people see this as like, I hate ripping and I hate breaks. I love both of those things. And if you read my article, you know that I don't think that there shouldn't be breaking and that people shouldn't rip wax. I do think that there's a lot of like people ignoring an issue that's there. We talk about like the price of a pack of wax versus the inherent risk of spending that much money and getting nothing on 5 cards that are in it. And it is a gamble. And it's like disingenuous to say that it's not. So if you enjoy the hobby in that way, like by all means do it. I will go to Vegas and put $100 on red, knowing that 1000% I could lose that money. That that's the case. My article was more directed at like when you see that your friends have a problem. When you as a breaker are selling and running credit lines to people who cannot afford to or are continuously losing and like buying cards and wax on tilt. I told 2 like specific stories of people that I know personally that have had this happen to them. And they're regular people. This isn't like flippers. This isn't people who, haven't been longtime hobby participants. It is a growing problem. And I think not talking about it is part of the problem. And so I talked about it. And, addiction is a serious problem. I know a lot of people in my personal life who struggle with types of addiction. And gambling addiction is something that's very treatable. But you have to recognize that you have a problem. And I think that the hobby, unfortunately, lends itself to people that struggle with that kind of thing, where they feel like they don't have a problem because at the end of ripping that $1,000 box of wax, they have something tangible, but it might not be worth nearly what they spent on it. And let's be honest, they were hoping that they were going to get a big hit. Nobody rips $1,000 box of wax and is satisfied if they get $40 worth of cards.
You don't think people are set collectors at $1,000 a box?
They are. There are people who have a lot more money than me.
I was about to say that's an expensive way to put together a set. Yeah. No, so it's an interesting perspective, and I was just saying this.
Very not popular too, by the way. People don't like to hear that, so I recognize that.
But it's a little close to home for some people, I think, is the problem.
Myself too, man. Do you know how many? I've ripped $400 boxes of cards that had 2 cards in them, and I got nothing. And so I know what it feels like, but I also recognize like I'm not doing that every day, and I'm not doing it constantly. And if you are, maybe you need to just like reflect on why you are. And if you can afford to do it, hell yeah, go do it. You're richer than me, and that's great. Good for you. But if you're not, and it's affecting your life, then you really need to think about it. And that was all my article was about.
And I think that's true in life. we just happen to be talking about cards.
Right.
So I think your point is a valid one in life in general. If you see anybody in your family and friends struggling at all with anything, be an advocate and be a friend and be a family member. So I think, Lauren's point, maybe it hit close to home. Well, I think if you would have written it in a lot of different areas, it would have hit close to home to people because it does, it is true. But like you said, if somebody can afford it and they enjoy it and that's how they want a hobby, that's not the argument.
No.
And so I just, I think that's it's very interesting and good on you for putting out a ballsy piece and got a good reaction and so
I told you that was the most comments. That was the most comments and DMs that I have gotten over any single article that I've written was that one. A lot of people were very much like, I'm so glad that you said that. This is something that I see all the time. And a lot of people were like, shut the F up, you're stupid. So it went both ways.
Right. That's usually the sign of a good article. If half the people love it and half the people, want to rip your head off. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I want to take a step back on both of you and talk about the collecting journey. Lauren, we talked a little bit, but Courtney, for people who aren't familiar, explain how you got into cards and your role and what you do with the hobby.
Okay. So I've been collecting since I was a kid. My dad was a huge sports nut when I was little, and he was really into my hanging out with my brother and doing stuff with my brother. And so I was like, maybe I can collect cards because I really liked art as a kid. That was something I still do. I'm a big nerd. So I started collecting. It started out with Garbage Pail Kids, but then I switched over to sports cards because I wanted him to pay attention to me. It didn't work, and I still don't talk to him. But I kept collecting cards for all of these years.
So it worked out in the end.
I got it's awesome. And now I'm married to someone who has, as a young person, he also collected cards, and some of our very good friends that we went to high school with collected cards. So we've been, this is something we've been doing. Actually, my next article is really about kind of my journey in the hobby, which I talk about a lot, but it's been, it's been super fun. I didn't even know that you could go on Instagram and find people that posted pictures of their cards like giant nerds like I was until 2019, which is so wild because I did hair and I would post pictures of the hair that I was doing online. It never occurred to me even one single time to see if anybody was on Instagram posting pictures of their cards because all of my friends collected, my husband and our friends from high school. Jeremy and I have known each other since high school. So our friends are all the same friends. And we would go to the local card shops and little, rinky dink, card shows that didn't have all the craziness. And I just didn't realize, how crazy and big card collecting was. Yeah, we collected Bulls cards. Jeremy collects Cubs cards. And I collected Chicago Bears, the 1985 Chicago Bears, but only weird ones. I don't want
second best defense in history.
That's all they ever will have too. So they're just, and I would argue that they were the best defense.
So wait, have you given up on Garbage Pail Kids completely? I think
no, I still have a bunch of complete sets from the 80s. I even have some minis from Europe that were super cool. I should share them, and I haven't shared them.
They're you're way deeper in this than I expected.
Yeah, I have a lot of Jeremy's been getting into TCG lately and Pokemon and One Piece and all that. I went through a phase where I was hardcore, I want every Disney card that's ever existed. I have tons of Disney cards from the 70s now. And it's I get obsessed with something and then I have to have all of it. It's a problem. I recognize that it's a problem. Maybe my article's
I was about to say somebody should write an article about that. I think you just walked yourself right into your own article.
I really did. I'm like, this is coming full circle. Maybe my article hit too close to home for myself. No, we collect anyone who follows Reckless Cards knows that we're really big Patrick Williams fans. I have a custom card from Lauren for Patrick Williams, and that is awesome. We have his rookie Logoman 1 of 1 So big, like we love that kid, and I hope he is as good as we hope he's gonna be. So, or not, whatever, I don't care.
Right, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. This is the 1 year anniversary show, so I am asking people to kind of take a look back at where we were as a hobby a year ago and how it's changed. It's different in a lot of ways. It's similar in a lot of ways. I think from where the Hobby News Daily is, to me, it's night and day. But I guess the question, and I'll start with Lauren is, the hobby a year ago, compared to now, what's your view of it?
I've been trying to really reflect on that, especially since I was not, like part of the Hobby News Daily team a year ago. And I feel after going to the Dallas Card Show recently that like it seems a little bit less like, I'm trying to think of the right word, but like it seems a little bit less hostile maybe. I think there's always like a little bit of an undercurrent, with anything, but it seemed like at the Dallas Card Show there was a lot more joy in the room than I remember when we went last year for the first time. And I still enjoyed it last year, don't get me wrong, but it seems like some people are starting to like find the joy in the hobby again. And I know I struggled with that last fall. I think I talked to Courtney and Jeremy on their show about that time last year. And I was like, I'm just not enjoying it. I'm just like, it feels like a slog now. And like, what is like, why do it if that's how it is? So I had to like reevaluate. And I think a lot of people maybe like over the holidays or something like really took a step back and were kind of like, why am I doing this? Do I like it? How do I approach this in a way that like makes this enjoyable again for me? And I feel like there are many different ways, and like, ripping packs is, like part of it, or, seeking out singles or doing the trades. And it's hard. It's hard to kind of like, if you don't keep it in check, it's hard to, keep on a good path. I know there's comments I'm not reading. I can't multitask, but
I'm doing them for the crowd also. Don't worry, I'll read them for you.
Yeah, I'm like trying to, but I'm like, I can't. I'll lose my train of thought and like sound like a bumbling idiot. But yeah, so I think that there's,
I'm sorry.
Exactly. I'll leave that to you, Danny. But I do think that like the joy is coming back for a lot of people more than it was a year ago. That's just my personal reflection. So
I'm going to throw this comment in from Nick. He said, I forgot to add the demographics have been changing. And this is, he owns a card store for people who weren't watching. A lot more females and younger kids, 12 and under, have been entering the shop and participating through trade nights, etc.
Excellent.
That's awesome to hear. I like to hear that.
And somebody made the comment, every LCS is different. Every part of the country is different. So, good to hear that from any store, but,
I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Lauren, you are getting messages saying from Netra. Did you see my message?
Was it in the chat or was it a DM?
It sounds like a DM. So
okay.
I'm going to
no, probably not.
As your answering service, I will pass that along.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm glad I can help out. And yeah. Courtney.
Yes.
Before the chat room makes this too weird on me. This is hysterical. John Keating, I'm gonna lose it.
Well, what is happening?
Metro, this isn't JD.
I feel like you're being threatened.
I just saw the please be careful. I'm like,
something's happening.
Is something going on in your
breaking
room?
news right now in Hobby News Daily?
Right? I'm like,
this is the haunted segment. Wait, Courtney, it's because of one of your PCs. It's you're bringing in the dead and the
I gotta tell you, I wrote down because I saw you asking other people what their favorite articles from Hobby News Daily are. So I have I wrote a list of some of my favorites over the last.
Read them, sure.
Okay, so Bobby Burrell's printing error article, I loved. I like all of Bobby's articles because they're so like incredibly informative, but that was one of my more favorite ones. Kayla, her sharing a piece of her story, man, that one made me cry.
Incredible. Excellent.
Such a good piece, and what it's like to be a female in the hobby. Again, all of her pieces are awesome, but those two really like resonated with me. Eric Norton's the Uncollectibles. Obviously, I'm a huge fan of those because I have a podcast about uncollectibles, and so seeing somebody else who's like vibing there was like super cool, and I really enjoyed those pieces. Everything Brody writes, I think it's so awesome that he's taking the initiative to do that. I read all of his articles. I love them. Simon does such educational pieces, and he's such a numbers guy that I really enjoy reading what he writes because it's very analytical, and that and I'm
he's got a mind for that. That is
yes,
definitely.
I'm so the opposite of that I have a hard time when I write pieces that like I really need to be analytical about. And it never fails that whenever I write one like that, he messages me like, "Oh, can you send me your sources and all this stuff?" I'm like, "Okay." And then I'm like waiting for him to grade my paper. Like, did I cite them properly? And then yeah, so I could keep going. Obviously, Lauren, I've read all of your articles and they're so fun. And I love when you talk about the shows because it's so nice to see someone write it from a place of like being in the thick of it. And also, like you were talking about, joyful at being there, because a lot of people like will talk about shows and they'll just like share all like the bad stuff that happened. But reading it from your perspective was so much fun because it was like clearly someone who was there to have a good time and not just like be negative about it.
Thank you, Courtney.
Lauren's losing it, I can tell.
I mean, getting praise for. I know that Courtney referred me to you to like join Hobby News Daily, and like now she reads my stuff and she like likes it and enjoys it, and that's just it's a feel because Courtney is one of the people that made me comfortable in the space, like her and Christina and Kayla, Christina from Card Ladder and Kayla, like. And Erica, like I feel like those might be the top 4 that like made me feel like I can put myself out there and like it won't be bad. Like I'll be okay. And so
well,
like I have a lot of respect.
You'll deal with the same crazy that all of us do.
Yeah. Like that's like I was like, okay, I can do this. Like I have people I can be like, hey, is this normal? Is this not? Like, and I just have a lot of respect for them. So like for Courtney to be reading my thoughts and like reflecting on them and appreciating them, like that's. And I will say I won't like go too far off on a tangent, but I've been like reevaluating like who I'm here for besides myself, and I think about like Courtney, Erica, Kayla, Christine, like a lot of those people when I'm writing. Other than, no offense, Danny, like you or my husband, or like I try to kind of write it from a perspective of like who are the people that I like and that I would want to talk to about this. And would they enjoy reading this? So like if Courtney is reading it and taking it in and like getting something out of it, then I know I'm doing what I want to be doing and I'm doing it right for me. So
that feels like really humbling to hear you say. And I feel like you're giving me more credit than I deserve. I really appreciate that though. And it's been fun for me because when I talk about how long I've collected, it's been with men. All of my friends that collect are guys. And since I realized that there was a space online and I was able to access more collectors in a wider, area, like the whole world now, I have created such good friendships with other women who collect. And I'm sure like all the guys listening are like, no, I don't want to hear about this. But I'm telling you, it has been
not everybody.
It's made the space more welcoming for women and for us.
Yes.
And like, sometimes it's like you have a bad day or somebody says something that's offensive and you're like, can't believe what this guy said to me. And you have someone who can like relate to what you're saying, not just my husband who'd be like, you want me to kick his ass? Like, no.
Well, I want to read this comment because I definitely think there's a group of guys who believe this is a positive. More women in the hobby means less dopey dude bros.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe.
Yes.
We just elevate everything that we're in.
The cream rises to the top. So I think that's probably. Don't underestimate the amount of people that don't want the dopey dude bros and would much rather have you guys in the hobby. I think it's men are scared to say that. I think there's like the bro code or whatever. Like I got news for you. Some of those guys are just a-holes.
I like AAN's comment about getting talked down to. That is something that like still happens. So you have to like.
So I won't do that right now either.
Yeah. No, please do share.
Right, I was about to say, I have the two of you on. Let me tell you what it's like to be a woman in the house.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me tell you the things I've done to make your world better.
Finally.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
Right.
so much for that.
It's hysterical. Yes, I've been married 20 years, and there is no doubt I have 3 children. My boys will literally jump on a hot stove, and my daughter gets straight A's. So, there's definitely something to be said. Okay, so we're on the home stretch, believe it or not, already. We're winding down on this half hour. I want to ask you guys, just Hobby News Daily, it's meant the world to me. I've said this, when you came on, we would be nowhere without the writers. I am so blessed and so lucky to have you guys. Courtney, you and I have talked a lot off camera, and I feel blessed to have you, part of the team. Lauren, getting referred to you was just a blessing. You were the writer that I didn't know was missing, the whole time. So I'm glad you're here.
I feel like I'm taking 100% credit for that because I knew she was going to be amazing. Just saying.
Absolutely. Courtney gets all the credit for everything, is what I'm learning. And she writes articles about her own problems.
Now you sound like Jeremy. My God, no, I'm kidding. No, Lauren, I'm so excited to be like part of this. I love it. It has been such a fun and like great outlet for me. The writers are just amazing. I really enjoy the group chat. It's so much fun to hear everybody's opinions, and when they're sharing things, like it feels like a little secret society that I have. So it's awesome.
I definitely think we do have a family chat room. It really is. Other than my constant nagging about scheduling and articles, it's really a great chat.
Yeah, it's very helpful because sometimes I have definitely missed a week and been like, oh, I have an article due in like 4 days.
I'll send one in thinking I'm late, and then I'm early, and I'll send one in thinking I'm early, and I'm late, and I'm like, oh my God, what happened? I'm like BCD1 Wednesday, Friday. I don't know.
Right. Well, the funny thing is how many times we changed the way we did the schedule to try to make it easier, and I don't think I will ever have an easy way to do it.
It's better now. I feel like it's better. This
is okay. Good. I like hearing that. Let's share this. Lauren and Courtney are super impressive. Excited to read what you write in year 2 from Mookie Chilson.
Thank you.
Mookie rocks, by the way. Yeah. Most cards are fingernail friendly. I guess that's a positive.
My fingernails are very short, so it does not.
Same, but
I've never had a problem either, so that's good to know. Wait a second. They're moving too fast here. Girl dad and hoping one will transition from Pokemon. Yes, I have a son who's into Pokemon, and I wish he would go into sports more.
Can I make a suggestion about how to get your kid into sports? Start watching women's sports with her.
We do constantly. And you know what?
No, just it for the one who said he has a girl dad hoping they'll transition. Yeah. Start watching women's sports and buying women's cards, because when they see themselves reflected in the sport and they can like visualize themselves playing, it's really easy for little boys to collect basketball cards because they, LeBron James and Michael Jordan, and I'm aging myself, but you know what I mean. And for little girls, seeing female athletes play, like sit and watch a WNBA game, sit and watch, women's soccer, watch, the softball tournaments are so awesome. My girls love to sit and watch that. And they have cards for them. So you can really get them into a sport that they can see themselves in. And, women WNBA cards are awesome. So
they are.
And John King says, listen, and I think it's true for a lot of people right now, so much more excited for the women's NCAA tournament than the men's. Really? Same for USA Soccer. I will say USA Soccer, I follow both teams. But the NCAA tournament, I don't know if I watched 2 men's games. Samuel's in the green room and says, so true, Courtney, mirror and windows. And clean cheap shots. I'm a huge fan of ladies volleyball. Super fun to attend. In person, that's ridiculous. Volleyball. I'm sorry.
It's terrifying. I always feel like they're going to be injured because they're so aggressive.
Right.
Like I don't think you can tell on TV how aggressive women's volleyball is. Volleyball in general, but
yeah. So, all right. Well, we'll end it on volleyball. How's that?
it sounds like a plan. I love that. Yeah.
Well, and we have Kayla in the green room and Samuel. So I'm going to bring them in, and I would just want to thank the two of you so much again.
Thanks for having
me. Thank you for everything, Danny.
No, thank you for taking time.
Congratulations on 1 year.
Yes, and we'll do this in another year to celebrate all the great things in one more year.
Excellent.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm going to bring in the next crowd. Take care. Samuel.
What's up?
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Can hear you great.
Awesome.
Kayla, yeah, what's going on?
Nothing much.
What's up, Kayla?
What's up? Been watching women's basketball like all day long. So
I know. I have my TV over here, and I feel bad that like we're doing this during the great games. So luckily it's only a half an hour spot. So does anybody have I hate to ask, anybody in the chat can give me an update on what Juju Watkins has done tonight?
Yeah, 30. They won.
Yeah.
They did?
Yeah.
Okay. She put up 30?
Yeah.
Double.
Half her points are from fouls, though. So it's like.
Yeah. She's pretty much on pace to be the next scoring leader in 4 years. So,
you know what? The way it's going, and with NIL money, I think people are going to start leaving early.
And if the WNBA doesn't change their collective bargaining agreement, she's definitely going to score 4,000 points. She's almost to 1,000 right now.
The WNBA needs to pay more, but for the advertising, you get in with State Farm in college and State through the pros. State Farm is real money.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Kayla, how are you?
I'm doing well.
What stadium are you at? What state are you in? Where are you?
I'm in North Carolina.
You're in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've seen you at a whole bunch of stadiums. Tell us what you're doing and why are you giving away cards?
Yeah. So I went to Arizona this past week with my mom just to do a trip out there. And it aligned with spring training being in session, and we were able to hit 2 games in one day, 2 different complexes. And so I figured it'd be fun to just open packs at 2 different MLB games in one day. Because I love those trends on social media where people try to go to as many games in like a span of like 48 hours. And so I kind of put my own twist on it. And I just enjoyed doing it. Ripped one of my favorite products. So it was a blast.
All right, Samuel, when was the last time you ripped a pack?
It was actually, I want to say random. It was about like 2 weeks ago. I was standing in CVS and saw a pack of Select just sitting in a bin collecting dust. So I bought it at a discount and opened it up. Had a bunch of good rookies and some shiny cards. I'm not much of a modern collector, but it was cool to open that pack. And I was like, oh, it was definitely worth $9 for a pack of Select.
CVS, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's
awesome, though. That's what collecting's about. So I want to take a step back for people who don't know you guys. And I just started talking because, I do know you. Kayla, why don't you introduce yourself and how you got into collecting and how you collect now, because you've got some unique PCs.
Yeah. So I started collecting in 2013, around age 9 or 10. And I grew up not too far from the Tampa Bay Rays Stadium. And I would go to games and I would watch people get autographs on cards as I was getting autographs on baseballs. And I was like, I want cards to get autographs on. So I went to Target and bought 2 packs of 2013 Top Series 1 baseball, pulled a Manny Machado rookie card out of one of those 2 packs, which was my favorite non-Rays player at the time. And I've been hooked ever since. And my PCs now are all Tampa teams. And then Austin Hayes and Willie Adames, who I have gotten the opportunity to know both of them, and that's why I collect them.
I got to tell you, your Austin Hayes PC, how big is it now?
I mean, it fills like the shoebox, like the 2 rows.
Yeah.
It fills 2 full ones of those. So it's pretty big.
Samuel, how do you collect?
You know what? I go through these like tailspins. Like right
'Cause
now,
you've been writing a lot about PCs and stuff
yeah.
also.
So right now I'm working on this series. It's titled my 90s card love story. And just I've been running into like a lot of 90s cards from when I collected in the early 90s. You know, cards that I had or cards that I didn't know about. And I've just been on this like fun exploration with these cards and reliving some like fun moments as a kid that have to do with like pop culture, or like sports, or just like, you know, those intimate moments of like sitting on a stoop collecting cards on my block in North Philly. And it's just been fun. So like doing that and really exploring those cards at a deeper level and finding cards that, you know, even from my exile years when I wasn't collecting because I left the hobby has been fun. So it's been a fun project. And I'm like six parts in, and I'm just looking forward to like sharing those on Hobby News Daily over the next couple of months.
Well, I appreciate that. And honestly, like, I love the fact that you're doing a series.
Yeah. But at heart, I'm a vintage collector.
That's that's where I was going.
I saw in the 90s, the very first vintage card I ever saw was a 1965 Topps baseball Hank Aaron card, and I fell in love with it. And, you know, collecting in North Philly, we didn't really have access to vintage cards, but my neighbor, who was my best friend Gillis at the time, his brother, Josh, was a collector. And he was older. You know, the older kids, they had the nicer cards. And when we were in his room, man, he just had a wall of like all these vintage cards. And, you know, when I left the hobby at 12, after like throwing all my cards away, and I said, you know, when I get back into this one day, you know, and when I got back during the global pandemic, just those memories started to come back. And, you know, now I actually own that card. So, it's been fun. It's been fun collecting a lot of cool vintage cards.
A couple people responding to you. Barry says 65 Topps is my favorite, Samuel.
Yeah, the portraits are unbelievable in that set.
Orlando says big thumbs up, yes to vintage. Barry has asked several times for somebody to rip a pack open. So I'm going to ask anybody who's coming on, if you have a pack of cards, absolutely, let's rip a pack. I should have bought a box. That was I dropped the ball. This one's on me.
So I'm not home today, so I'm not in my lab. I'm actually at my in-laws' house. So yeah.
Does that mean you want to stay for another couple hours on here?
Yeah. But, you know, I did break some cards with me because I've been doing some writing. And, you know, every time I like leave to go away, I always take a few cards with me. Something to like, you know, look at.
Anything nearby?
So tonight I got Patrick Roy rookie. I have a sweet Tiny Archibald year 2 Kings card. You know, I got some good stuff in here. Even like the more big cards like this like hot numbers Jordan. I actually traded that card away for the East-West Kobe Jordan card. And, you know, I'm the type of collector where I don't sell cards. And oftentimes people ask me when I'm at shows, do I have anything to sell? And I say right away, I don't sell cards. I'd rather just give them away. And when I traded my hot numbers away for this, the Jordan Kobe card, I like really missed it. And I like jumped on eBay and found a good deal. And I was like, I got to have it back. So I got that back, and I picked that up a couple of weeks ago in the mail. So,
Kayla, has there ever been a card that you've had either sold, lost, and then went back to get it again?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Usually when I move a card, it's like I'm ready to move on from it. I mean, the only one that comes to mind is maybe like a Bobby Orr autograph card. That one was a cool card to have, and I got into it, and I sold it for profit. I kind of need another Bobby Orr auto in my collection, but I'm not like too like
cool
torn
card.
up about it.
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't say that. hockey's not the sport I would get upset over if I personally, you know, if I were to rank, I'm probably baseball, football, basketball, and soccer equal.
Yeah.
Kayla, what would you rank yours?
I mean, baseball would be like way at the top, like highest I can go. And then mostly I don't really deal in other sports unless it's PC cards anyway. So it's like, yeah, it's like as big as it can get. Yeah.
There's baseball, and what were those other things, Danny? I'm not familiar with those words.
Yeah, exactly.
Samuel, you're eclectic. So how do you? I'm curious how you rank yours.
So for me, even though I played basketball and I still play basketball, and basketball is like my love because that's something I do beyond collecting. As a kid, baseball cards were my first love. You know, and going to you know, the veteran stadium, you know, the concrete jungle before they tore it down, and you know, at that time, Frank's hot dogs, you can get free tickets inside the Frank's hot dog packages, and we would always go to the Phillies game. And you know, when I started to collect cards, it was always baseball cards for me. And so if I had to rank it, it would be baseball, basketball, and hockey, and then like some like the big four sports would be boxing. I have a few boxing cards in my collection. Some like 100-year-old boxing cards.
That's awesome. This is exactly why I love Hobby News Daily and why I wanted to do this. The three of us collect differently. We're three different people in three different places in different stages of life, and we all freaking love the same cards.
Yeah.
Not the same cards, but we all love cards.
Yeah.
And this is to get different perspectives and opinions and thoughts. And it's just, it helps you grow and you know, get into stuff that you maybe weren't aware of, or, you know, start a new PC. And so this was what, you know, this makes me so happy as a vision on a 1-year anniversary that the three of us are talking from three different perspectives. Kayla, so let me ask you, you know, when you're writing, you know, is there anything that, like, you've had some articles that have definitely resonated with people. Is there an article from anybody else that you can remember? And for you, I know you had a very personal article, but more on cards, is there something that you remember writing that you really enjoyed?
I mean, it's kind of funny. I haven't told any of you guys this, but I usually come up with the idea like the day before I write it. So like the day it's due, and then I write it usually the day before.
So does most of the staff, Kayla.
Yeah, so I just come up with
That's how I was in college, writing papers.
Yeah. So I never usually think too far in advance for my articles. Like I usually try to think about maybe like what the releases have, like the most recent releases, or something I'm dealing with in my collecting journey, or something of that sort. I think honestly, my first article I wrote for Hobby News Daily is still one of my favorites, which was the Topps Big League release last year, with like when them announcing the
that was a great article.
And that was, I think, one of the first articles in Hobby News Daily history anyway, because I think I was one of the first few writers on here. And it was super fun getting to talk to each of those 5 individuals and kind of tying it together in a way that gave like homage to them, and also gave Topps their flowers for giving people an opportunity to chase their childhood dreams of being on a card without having to be a professional athlete. Which I think is super cool. And I hope someday maybe that will be me. But I think it is awesome what they're doing with that whole program.
It is awesome. And if they ever put me on the card, I'm assuming I have to be horizontal just, you know, to fit everything. We're celebrating a 1-year anniversary, and I've asked most of the people to look back a year in the hobby and kind of reflect on how the hobby has changed in your minds. Maybe it hasn't, you know, but let me start with the professor, as everybody's been calling you in the chat room.
I don't know how I got that name, but I'll take it.
I mean, you might as well own it. You know, the professor. For the last year, how has there been impact on you? What are your thoughts on the difference in the hobby from a year ago?
I do think, you the hobby is like cyclical, and you have these moments where people are so, entrenched in the drama, or like who they want to hate, or who broke like one of those like rules, and it goes against like what they were projecting and putting out there in terms of like being in a community. And I often don't get caught up into that. And going to your first question about, like, for me, the one article that I always circle back to as I continue to write more articles is this idea of like human capital. And that was my first article for Hobby News Daily. And just really focusing on, like, yes, I want to share my story to everyone in a hobby, but I also want to make sure that I'm taking the time to engage with others and learn from them, and hear their story and honor their story, affirm their story, celebrate their story. Because it all goes into this concept of like what human capital is as it relates to cardboard. Are we taking the time to build community? Are we taking the time to take that breath to laugh and listen? And then are we like doing the right thing? And, when I go back to that first article, I think about the time when I was in Wisconsin. I was at this card store, and I bought a 1964 Roberto Clemente card. And the card was $315, and it was well priced. But the guy sold it to me for $3.15. As I'm standing outside, something told me to read like my receipt, and I realized that like he only charged me $3.15 for this card. And to the any other person, like, oh, I mean, it's fair game. He made a mistake. But for some reason, like, I thought about that whole concept of like human capital and what it means to truly be in a space where we listen, we support, we do the right thing, and we practice giving back. And I went back into the store and was like, you only charged me $3.15, so we got to make this right. You know what I mean? And that's what I always think about. Am I doing my part on a day-to-day basis to spread the human capital? And I center that around, like, I'm always hashtagging a hobby experience, because regardless of how much your card's worth, the things that you collect are unique, and it tells the story of who you are. And I think that's important, especially in these days outside of the hobby, and how sometimes those polarizing issues can seep their way into this space. And sometimes we take it personal, sometimes it's emotional for us, but at the end of the day, we got to center ourselves back around what brought us together, and that's cards.
Very well said. And now I feel terrible that I sold it to you for $3.15. I'm kidding. Kayla, first of all, I'd like people to know that you and I met truly through like pure hobbiness. Like, I don't know if there's a friendship or a relationship that has grown more pure hobby, like trade nights. Like, we literally just met at trade nights, and I don't know, 2, 3, 4 of them, whatever it was, over a year or so. And, it just, you're such a collector. You're so in there. What's your perspective?
Like over the past year?
Yeah. We're on our 1-year anniversary, so I'm just making it.
Yeah, I would say one thing I've noticed is that there have been a lot more younger people getting involved in the hobby. And that is not something I saw at all when I first got into this. Male or female, there wasn't that many young people. Like, I would say young people, meaning like probably under the age of 18, let's say. Like, that's like what I consider young people. And so when I got into this, I didn't see that really at all. And I've definitely seen that trend up in the past couple of years, especially at the nationals. Seeing what Sports Card Investor, like his kids zone looks like, it's insane. There's kids on kids on kids on the floor, like trading cards. And trade nights, I've seen a lot more younger people. And I've also seen the number of females in the space grow. I would say that would be like maybe over the age of like 30 and up, like
Mhm.
those kind of females being more present in the space. I haven't really seen the young females increase as much as the young males.
We're gonna have a discussion on what's old and young in a second, but go ahead.
Well, I'm saying in terms of collecting, like,
Yeah.
but I
I'm just
understand what
kidding.
you're
I'm
saying.
just kidding.
But yeah, I would say that's something I haven't really noticed trending up, which is kind of discouraging in a way because I think there's so much opportunity for females in sports now, and I hope that continues to grow and that they don't get discouraged from joining the hobby. And I think there's reasons they could get discouraged that are still very present, but I think it's becoming a more inclusive hobby, and they should be able to enjoy it as much as anyone else. And I've also noticed that people have been more selective with what they've been getting into their collections or what they're buying, selling, trading. I think people realized that they needed to be more aware of what they were getting into. And I think that has also translated to people's collections as well. And there's more people PCing now than I think ever. And I think that is awesome. There are more true collectors that are posting on social media about their collections, and more people feeling confident enough to share their dollar box dimes like I do.
And Kayla, I think you make a great point, and I think that's something that we all have to do a better job of. And it brought me back to this article that I've just been putting to the side about like what the hobby should look like and what it could look like 150 years from now, like when we're all gone. And as I keep coming back to it, but you make a good point that it needs to get younger. And I think about my daughter who loves cards and collects because her dad collects. And like, are we doing enough to ensure that these points of access so kids can truly enjoy collecting in an authentic way, and we support them in the way that we collect? And circling back to like the hobby boom, like when we're all sitting at home during the global pandemic, right? We all wanted to like make money off cards. And yes, I fell victim to that. But I also started to realize like that's not who I am. And like whoever makes money off cards, like I applaud you, I support you. That is awesome. Like make your living.
Hey,
And if you're a good person,
I have my bowl PSA 9 rookie.
yeah. If you're a good person, I will buy from you. But I also think like we need to do a better job of like shining a light on stories, shining a light on what it means to be a collector, and shining a light on like regardless of how much your card worth, it still matters. And that story that you have, that connection that you have is unique. And like let's create a space and a platform for people to talk about that why.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
We should create a website where people can write articles about stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, guys, as we're on the home stretch of the half hour here, I just wanted to kind of get the crowd to know you a little bit better. So, we talked a little bit about at the beginning, but Samuel, what are you comfortable sharing in what you do in your life? Because I think it's very relevant to your collecting and how you speak passionately.
So, by day, educator. That's my identity. That's who I am. Yep. It's not something that I can change or turn off. And, each day as I pour into the students of, the Chester Upland School District, I take a lot of pride in that work because, it comes with a lot of responsibility, comes with a commitment to being there and meeting them where they at. And I think that like carries over to like how I collect and the people I share the space with, and oftentimes, one of my favorite places to go to is a local hobby store where I live at. And it's a lot of the old timers there. And I just sit and I listen and I learn from them and I connect with them, even though we're like, almost like 40 years apart and like age. But these are men who are in some case, women come in there are still passionate about cards and what cards do for them. So that's just me in a nutshell. The things that I preach as an educator, I try to preach those in this space as a collector, and I try to plant those seeds as I write stories about my personal experiences collecting, or just the things that I see in the hobby that I think need to have more light shined on it.
Kayla, I'm always curious with you, and some of this you and I have talked about, but for people that haven't had this conversation with you, you got into the hobby pretty young. Have you had any challenges as a female collector or a younger collector, or is being a younger collector made it easier, you think, than some of the women who have come before you?
I think there's probably both to that. I think coming in, me being young and naive to the fact that there wasn't like females in the space wasn't really like a normal thing or a seen thing definitely helped. And it didn't come to my attention till maybe like halfway through my collecting journey. I've been collecting 11 years now. So I think once I started going to shows and people were like, oh, where's your dad? Where's your boyfriend? Like that kind of thing when I would go up to dealers. Then I realized that I wasn't really seeing myself in these dealers or in these autograph signers or whatever. And so I think there's also parts that have been easier because most dealers or people I've interacted with see a young female in the space and they want to help in any way possible. And they want to not like take advantage of me being a younger collector or a female collector, and they think it's awesome and they see me and they want their daughters to somewhat emulate me when they get older. And so I think that's been really special to have that experience and have people that have shared my articles or my posts or my videos with their daughters, and that I get to have that effect on people. I never would have anticipated doing that when I first came into this hobby. It was purely just me and my love of sports, which it still is, but I just love being able to share pieces of me with other people now. And yeah, I think that answered your question. I'm not sure.
all I know is, Kayla, some car organization better sign you to some type of long-term deal, because you are truly what this space needs. And I just want to make sure I give you your flowers. I know all the time I send you a lot of messages like big upping you, and and you just inspire me in so many ways, even though like I'm 40 years old and I'm a lifelong learner and I'm learning from you as well. But you have so much to give to this space, and your potential. And man, if I don't see you in charge of a car organization, 10 years from now, shame on anyone sitting in the boardroom right now who don't see the value that you can bring.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean,
This is why everybody's so nice to Kayla. One day we're all going to work for her.
I don't know about that. It'd be pretty cool, but I don't know about that.
All right. So my favorite question, coming up in the next, I don't know, a couple days, week. What are you doing a hobby, Kayla?
Next couple of days. Well, I'm joining his podcast tonight, or I don't know which side it is, but I'm joining his podcast tonight on Instagram. And then I will be continuing to watch women's hoops and post about that. And I also will be attending the Chantilly show, so I'll be there creating some content for the national.
I got to see that show. I got to see that show.
Yeah. And so that will be fun. Their slogan this year that they're running with is "It's cool to collect," which matches perfectly with the kind of content I already do. So basically I just get to walk around that show and be myself and create content the way I do and get to help the national promote their message. And I think that will be super, super fun. And the Final Four is going on while Chantilly is. Also WrestleMania. I don't follow wrestling, but I've heard that's also going on as well. So I think that'll be super fun.
I just learned that tonight.
Yeah. And just being able to watch like fellow hobbyists and typically like I don't interact with many people on a daily basis outside of the card space. So getting out of the house and going to a show is always super fun.
I will see you at Chantilly, by the way.
Awesome.
With my son. Connor is going to be with me. I have twin boys, for anybody who doesn't know, and one of them's into cards. One of them is not at all into cards, and they're identical twins. So it's pretty funny. and I've been bringing him to shows since he was probably 6 or 7. And before he had a cell phone, we literally had walkie-talkies.
Wow.
So he could walk around on his own because he's a Pokemon collector and he doesn't want to go to the baseball card tables. So talk about getting kids in the hobby and being creative. Parents, take your kids to shows. Collecting's cool. It's cool to collect. Let me get it right.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
It is. And my son feels that. And he's excited to get to go to the show. To him, that's like going on a vacation or something like that. And we need that enthusiasm. How can you tell? Courtney says, how can you tell them apart? Well, one has a chain he wears with a Charizard all the time. He's not far from wearing the chain. I will give him a shout out again tonight. He picked up the Van Gogh Pikachu in a trade this weekend. So
That's awesome.
it's a cool card. I don't care what anybody says. I think it's a cool card. And he does his own collecting, so whatever makes him happy. I've said it a million times. This site wouldn't exist without you guys. Caleb, Samuel, you guys are some of the OGs. And I just want to thank you for everything you've done, over this past year. I'm looking for an amazing second year. And, for the articles, for the commentary, for the chat room. I love our chat room. I've apologized to everybody. Sorry for always putting in the schedules, but, I'm trying to keep the trains running on time. But the chat room's amazing. It's like a family in there, and it's hilarious. So I learned as much from you guys, I say from all the writers and everybody, as I've ever learned in the hobby. So I just want to thank you for being a part of everything.
Cheers to a great first year. Looking forward to many more.
Yeah,
Thank
same
you.
here.
All right. Well, guys, I'm gonna take a 30-second break and play a video, and then we're gonna move to the next group. But Kayla and Sam, I just want to thank you guys for being on.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. See you
Thank
guys.
you.
All right. For everybody who's watching, we're gonna take a quick 30-second break, so I can breathe, and we will be right back after this video. And I almost finished chewing in time. Thank you guys for waiting for a second. We're heading into our 4th hour here. We got 3 hours behind us. And in the green room, I've got somebody who I'm very excited to bring on, and hopefully somebody or certainly we can be introduced to tonight. What is going on Twitter? You know him as Ransom Cards. What's going on, Matthew?
Not too much. How you doing?
Good. Who do you have with you?
That was my dog, Skylar.
Does Skylar collect?
Yeah, just random stuff from the house, but yeah, she collects.
So what's going on with you? How are you?
Not too much going on. Trying to get back into the Twitter space. I've always been there, but I'm trying to get more active again. I'm not.
Tell people about your account, because you got a very successful account.
Basically, I used to retweet sales, and I kind of stopped retweeting sales, but now I kind of retweet for card purchaser, and I retweet his stuff, and then I also retweet certain sales that I find, like a card. If it's a certain card that's just amazing, I'll retweet it too. Basically, it's just content now. Just I go to shows and try to get that going.
What do you like to focus on collecting?
Basically just Rockies and mainly Charlie Blackman. So and I got the game going on in the background. So
well, we're on different time zones. The Orioles finished early for me.
Well, that's MLB TV, so I watch it all.
Yeah, I'm the same way, diehard fan. How you feeling this year about them?
Not too good right now.
I thought they had some good young players.
Well, we have some good players like Tovar and Diaz and stuff, but they're just not clicking. And then that first game, getting blown out 16-1, kind of yeah, Larry Walker. But we got blown out 16-1. It's not a very good way to start the year. So
yeah. Well, for people who don't know, you're one of our newer writers, and I've loved having you a part of the team. And I want to thank you for, when I asked you for coming on board, it means a lot to me because, like I've said to the other writers, without you guys, we wouldn't have Hobby News Daily. So I just want to thank you so much for agreeing to come on board and take some time out tonight to celebrate.
Hey, it's been awesome to write, and I appreciate you giving me another venue to talk about the hobby and all that. So
absolutely. So let me ask you a question. In the year that Hobby News Daily's been around, we're just hitting 1 year. Mm-hmm. I know you've had some changes in and out and how active you've been. The hobby's changed a bunch. How do you look at the hobby today, I guess, versus almost a year ago, both for you and the big picture?
For me, it's more, I'm starting to get more back into getting ready to sell on Twitter again. And then overall, I've seen that the Twitter space has not necessarily lessened, but more refined what they sell. So there's a lot less stack sales, and it's more just like one-off cards. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that has to do with a lot of the drama around a certain account that hadn't sent out stacks for like 6 months and then owed a bunch of people money and all this other stuff.
Wow.
And he was a pretty big account. He was bigger than me. So like he used to run threads and stuff. But yeah, so
that's crazy.
The
hobby drama never really stops.
No, it's always there.
Yeah. So now, I guess, how do you see it moving forward? You see yourself selling more on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm gonna in the next couple of weeks start selling again on Twitter and threads, and then eventually make my own threads again. So it'll be like ransom card threads, kind of like Sports Sell. Me and him are buddies. We talk all the time, so it'll be like that, pretty much just what he does, but my own version of it.
So if you collect mostly Rockies, where do you get the stuff you're selling? Are you buying
a lot of the stuff I sell is probably 22, 23 back.
Okay.
I got really big in the pandemic, buying just random stuff. So I have a lot of inventory. But like Rockies wise, I'm trying to focus mainly on Blackman. So I will be selling other Rockies.
Gotcha.
But keeping only the Blackmans. So
are you keeping any of the young guys, any of the prospects, or you're not a prospect guy?
I'm not really a prospector. Like I will give my opinion on them and read the reviews and watch them play and stuff like that, but I won't go buy the Bowman,
Bowman first auto, refractor at a $4.99 for $300.
PSA 10, nah, that's not me.
I just did a show where we had a conversation. How many years does a guy need to be in the league till you trust that it's worth buying a card?
That's a good question. Me personally, I would say, let's see, how long's Vlad been in the league?
Like 4 years, 5 years.
I'd say 4 or 5 years, probably.
Okay, that's roughly what we were saying.
Yeah, because like him and Acuna, that's about the time frame that I go with.
Because I'd almost rather wait till they're proven, buy the card I want then, than buy a whole bunch of expensive prospects, which is far more of a gamble. Even the teams don't know who's going to pan out.
Yeah. Like the prospecting is, there's people that spend thousands and thousands of dollars on prospects that never even see the show, let alone, smell it. So,
Right, really.
so I don't know how they do it. I don't know. It's there. Hey, that's the way they collect. I'm not going to judge them on it, but I can't justify spending that much money on somebody that'll never set foot on a major league field.
Except for Baltimore Orioles, because I'm totally partial to them. And there's
Okay, yeah.
all logic goes out the window when it comes to Orioles.
Oh, yeah.
How big is the Charlie Blackmon collection?
Pretty big. I got about hundreds and hundreds of cards, but there's a good chunk of autos and relics, and probably about just under 20 one-on-ones.
Wow.
So, yeah. And it's like one-on-one autos and one-on-one relics and stuff like that. But and there's some that I really want to get, but they're on eBay, and the asking price is that of like a Todd Helton or Larry Walker 101, not a Charlie Blackmon 101. So
Barry wants to know, how big is the Blackmon beard right now?
Right now, not as big as normal. It's probably about 6 to 8 inches off his face.
Are you growing yours out to match it?
I was, but then I had a little mishap because I was shaving late at night, and so I had to, turn it into a goatee instead of a beard. So
that's hilarious. I ended up totally clean shaven one time on a sneeze.
Yeah, see, if you mess up one little thing, you gotta. It
just took it right out of the middle, and then there's nothing you can do. I can't pull off mutton chops. There was nothing to do except take it all. That's hilarious. So one of the things about Hobby News Daily that was really important to me is all the different perspectives that everybody brings. Your perspective is different than mine, different than everybody else who's been on tonight. Have you gotten a chance to read any other articles? Or for you, what do you find important to talk about? Let me ask that way.
I find why somebody collects what they collect important. Like me, I started collecting the Rockies because I was there, and I had just moved to Colorado Springs when they moved, like the same year they moved to Denver. And, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That's how I became that. Before, I was actually an Orioles fan and grew up collecting Ripken because, the dude never quit. So I was like, that's my guy, So, but then they moved there, and I'm like, oh, I'm a Rockies fan now. So
that's funny.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to know, is there a beard relic out there?
I wish there was. There might be. There might be.
It would be cool and creepy at the same time.
I would own it, but I don't know if I would display it.
Yeah. Right?
I really want it, but it would be in a box.
I just want to know how you authenticate that.
PSA or somebody, Beckett would have to be there when they cut it off, probably.
That's hilarious. So moving forward into this next year, what do you hope to write about? What do you hope to get into your articles?
I want to see how accepting the hobby is to everybody. Like I go to a show here called The Flip. They do a bunch of shows. And there's like sneaker collectors, there's video game collectors, everything really. And I want to see how each group of collectors, because I've been to National, I went to National a couple years ago, but I want to see how like just random collectors of each thing interact with each other. So like, how does a video game collector interact with a Pokemon collector, or so on and so forth? And do they get along, or do they hate each other? So
well, it's a shared passion. Like you have a passion for collecting stuff, whether it's cards or sneakers or like you said, it could be authenticated VHS tapes or but I think everybody who collects something, there is a collecting gene. There's something in you, do you feel that's true that, anybody who collects something, for most of their life or with a passion has that something?
Oh, 100%. Anybody that collects anything has a pull or a desire from that gene to collect it. And it's like, oh, I got to have that. You know, I would really like that. You know, that would go great with this. And it just builds onto each other. I agree with you. There's definitely a gene in no matter what you collect.
Barry says he collects TTMs as through the mail autographs, and he inherited from his dad.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to try to do that, but I can't find anybody that would have like former Rockies TTMs. Like I met Mike DeJean. He was a reliever for the Rockies, like in 90 something, 95, 96, something like that. And I met him at a show when I was a kid and ate pizza with him, and he signed one of the programs, but I lost the program, so I kind of want to get his auto again. So,
well, if anybody in the chat or when the podcast comes out, if anybody knows how to get that info, get in touch with me at Hobby News Daily or Ransom Cards, and we'll see if we can help you out there.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of people who are going to listen and see this, so hopefully somebody out there TTM is Rocky players.
I hope so. TTM, like that's a very cool, like that's dedication right there through the mail.
Well, it's weird because you don't know if you're getting it back, when you're getting it back, and what condition you're getting it back.
Yeah,
but
it can be bent up, but it's still through the mail and it's still an auto, and
it could also come back beautiful, and you got an autograph from somebody who you could never imagine.
Yeah, it's a different section of the hobby, but I really find it intriguing and like it. I got Dave and Need through. They went
back in the day.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, number one pick. Yeah.
Who was he?
He was their star rookie pitcher that was going to be the next Maddox, and never turned out to be anything really.
Getting back to prospect talk, I get.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he was a prospect before the prospecting was huge.
Well, Barry, if you happen to know other Rockies addresses for TTM, pass it along. That's very cool. So how many shows do you try to get to? How often?
Normally, lately, during the summer, they'll do 2 a month.
Okay, that's legit.
Yeah, I try to get to at least 1. I might, like, if I work a show, I'll get to 2. But if I just go to visit a show, it'll be just 1. Like in April, they got 2. One that's pretty close, and then one that's in Montgomery, or Gardendale, which is like either one is like an hour away from me. So I'll probably go to that one too. And
you have a lot of shows near you.
Yeah, and it's run by a cool guy. My next article is about the flip. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's trying to bring all the collectors together in Alabama, because it's Alabama, and 20 years ago apparently there was no collecting base except for like 1 or 2 brick and mortar stores. So hey,
Barry says he's in Alabama.
There you go, Roll Tide. All right.
So where's the show in Alabama?
There's a couple of them. You'd have to go to their Twitter to see the which one exactly. There was just one at Vestavia Hills. I think the next one's in Gardendale. There's one coming up in Montgomery.
Where else can you get this information? This is full service.
You can get it at the what is it, at Flip Trade Show on Twitter, the Flip Trade Show on Instagram and Facebook. So you can get it. Oh, he's War Eagle. You can get it. You can get it basically at any social media. Just Google the Flip and look the Flip Trade Show and look for the one in Alabama, and it will show a flyer of all the upcoming shows.
And I just put Flip Trade Show in the comments for anybody who wants to see that.
Cool.
Awesome. So Charlie Blackman's the focus, but growing up, what were you collecting?
When I first started, it was like I said, it was Ripken. Anything Ripken. Like I even had a scrapbook of Ripken. Because
you just like piecing one player.
Yeah, pretty much. Like Ripken was the man because I idolized him. I was like, this dude never stops. And then I would clip out his box scores, and then I would clip out anything to do with the streak, and then I would have it in a little scrapbook thing. And I lost that too. But like I would do that, and then I'd collect any card, back when Diamond Kings,
sure.
the original ones came out, and it was pretty cool. So, and then my dad, PCS, because he was in the Air Force, he moved to Colorado Springs at the Air Force Academy. And the year I moved there is the year that the Rockies came. And I'm like, hey, there's a pro team right here.
That's cool.
I want to go there. So I started going to their games, and it started out just, anybody like Castilla and whatever. And eventually I went to Helton, and then now it's Blackman, and it's going to stay Chuck because I just dig everything about Chuck. So
that's awesome. Barry says Alabama's had some of the greatest baseball players, but no MLB team.
I know, right?
He says, what's my connection to Ripken Jr.? I live in Baltimore. I used to work for the Orioles, and I was blessed to be at probably every major event in his career, Barry. So that's some of my background. So I'm a huge Ripken fan as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm very blessed to grow up watching him, in Baltimore. And it lined up almost exactly with his career. My first game ever was like his second year, I think.
83, right? Yeah.
He came up at the end of 81, but 82 was his rookie year. And my first game was August 24th, 1983. So, so for his career, and then I worked for the Orioles and got to be on the field for his retirement ceremony. So I kind of bookend both sides there. So that's my connection, Barry. I don't, believe it or not, I've got a lot of random Ripken cards, but I don't have a good organized PC. That's one of my goals this year, is to take all my Ripken cards and get them into a database and go through them and actually see what I have, because I've just been grabbing random Ripken cards for most of my life.
Probably got doubles and triples in there.
Oh, without a doubt. Brooks Robinson.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Was he from Alabama?
I don't know. He might have been. Barry, you'd have to answer that one.
Yeah.
Huh?
Lauren. Yeah, wow. I'm old, Lauren. I did a lot of stuff when I was younger. What can I say? I love sports, and I've been blessed to work around them. Okay, so coming up. Oh, no, he's not from Alabama, he said. So, yes, I'm a big Brooks Robinson fan, if that's the question then. Greatest third baseman of all time, if you're asking me. Oh, you got his TTM. That's awesome. May he rest in peace, but he was a prolific, Brooks was prolific signer. He would sign for everybody. So you can get a Brooks autographed card pretty reasonable if anybody's looking for it. Just a cool thing to have.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap. Yeah, I remember seeing it. Yeah,
except for his rookie card, which I've been shopping for forever because I don't want to overpay for it, and they're just expensive. So what are you doing hobby wise in the next week or two? What do you have planned?
Basically, I'm going to start going through my Charlie Blackman collection. I already got them, I got it separated by, base and then numbered and relic and auto and stuff like that. I want to basically do what you said and do a database of what I got. And then I'm going to take what I have, the inventory I have, and start slowly. I've already started slowly putting it on eBay, but I'm going to start slowly bringing it to Twitter as well. So
I'm probably going to use Trading Card Database to track it. Do you have any sites that you like to use, or are you an old fashioned just
Yeah, old fashioned, just write it down kind
Write
of
it
guy.
down, track
Yeah.
of it that way. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on. I genuinely, this time of night on a Saturday on Easter weekend, I've said to everybody, taking time out for this, it just means so much to me. It really does, because I'm not paying you for this, and that's just passion for cards is what we share. And and I'm glad to have you on the team. I'm excited to read your articles coming up. And I really want to thank you for being on tonight. I look forward to this next year where we can talk on year 2 about your whole year with Hobby News Daily.
Well, I appreciate you putting me on the team, and I will do this anytime you ever need somebody to come on and talk. I'm down.
Well, and you probably know this. Charlie's middle name is Cobb. I don't know. All right. On that note, I appreciate it. Have a good one. We got some people in the green room I'm going to bring in a second.
All right.
And I look forward to everybody. Make sure you read the articles.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good night.
At MD Ransom, right?
MD Ransom 1. Yeah.
MD Ransom 1. I'm sorry. All right. Everybody make sure you follow on Twitter. It's a tremendous account. It does great stuff. Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah. Thank you.
See ya. All right, guys, we're heading into the final segment of the night. The marathon is this is the part where I'm throwing water on my face and just trying to make it to the end. So I am so blessed to have two guys who I know can talk as much as I can and will help me carry this last segment through. So I am not going to hesitate any longer. We are finishing on a tremendous note here. Bobby and Victor, what is going on, guys?
Hey, Danny, we're here to keep you up. Don't worry.
You sound like you're underwater, Bobby.
Well, actually, I'm in the garage, so taping from there. I was at my sister's for Easter dinner, so the tryptophan is almost kicking in right now. So
You're having some static, Bobby. You might need to go out and come back in.
sure, why don't I adjust that? Okay, no problem.
Yep.
Okay.
What's up, Danny? How you holding up, baby?
Dude, I'm doing it.
Dude, you're doing it. You're killing it.
The only mistake I made was not getting somebody to fill in for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I learned. Year 2, I'll be better. I'll be smarter.
You got to call
right now, my rear, is so sore. Okay. If anybody wants to donate a good chair, I will take a good office chair. If you have a recommendation.
Is that better?
No, we still got the static, Bobby.
I'll enter and come back in. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No. But I'm thinking, there's a lot of shows that do this like on a weekly basis, man. You got
I told Jeremy Lee earlier. Right? Yeah, I told Jeremy Lee earlier. This might only be a sprint for him, but it's a marathon for me.
Oh my goodness, man.
What's going on, buddy? I'm so glad you're here.
Man, I'm glad. This has been so awesome. Hobby News Daily has been it's happy birthday, first of all, right?
Yep.
But just what you've been able to do, man, is just absolutely phenomenal. I just love the amount of writers that we have. Even a lot of YouTube channels are sponsored. Even certain companies are sponsored. GemRate is on board. I mean, it's just phenomenal. The work that and I've done websites. I have a website of my own, and websites are a lot of work, man. And creating content every single day is a lot of work, and you guys are doing that. So, man, kudos to you, Danny. You guys are doing great.
Well, I've said it to everybody else. Without you guys, I would just be talking in the dark, and there wouldn't be a Hobby News Daily. So, I stand on your shoulders as you guys are just unbelievable. And the two of you specifically have put out such great work that I just want to thank you for making Hobby News Daily up to the standard it's really gotten to. I think we didn't know quite, where our sea legs were, but here we are a year later. The website's gotten much better. The writers, I'm very proud of our writing team. And like you said, Victor, we got good partners working with us. And anytime you got Ryan and GemRate and people like that, it's always good to give back to the hobby. And that's what tonight I've tried to do. It's just make it a celebration of the hobby.
Yeah.
So you give us an opportunity, Danny, to be stewards of the hobby and good stewards and getting that word out there. So we thank you too.
Well, I appreciate that, Bobby. You still got a little static, but I do appreciate that.
We'll work with it. We'll work with it.
We'll work with it.
I can work while I'm doing it here. Let's see. Cancel that.
You just sound like one of the guys from Star Wars, man.
Oh no.
Like a robot. What do they call that?
R2D2 or
C3PO or something. I don't know.
And Bobby's. I want to introduce you as like a legend here.
Is that better?
There you go.
A little bit.
Okay.
Look at that.
Okay.
Bobby Burrell, computer expert, is joining us tonight.
Yes.
So, Bobby, what's going on with you, buddy?
Oh, just looking forward to getting up every day. Look forward to a treasure hunt. That's my gig. You know, I'm the big collector of information. It's actually reached that point where I'd rather have a new piece of information than a new card or collectible for my collection.
You have written some serious articles on some vintage hockey stuff and have brought some stuff to light. Is there one article that has really resonated with you that in your heart, you know, it sticks out?
Yeah, they all have a certain place in my heart because I'm trying to get the information out to the general collector. The AI one was actually something away from my comfort zone, really, and I thought it was one of my better articles, to be honest with you. And it is something that, you know, I have to be wary of because I think, as I stated in my article, that is AI going to be possessional over the information that I put out there in my app and website. So, you know, it's a little scary, and we don't know the extension of what's going to happen with all of that. So, you know, just sitting there waiting for what's to come.
I'm about to ask Victor a question. Maybe it's not even really Victor. Maybe it's a AI robot Victor.
He's moving weird.
It's like the commercial, the Discover commercial. How do I prove I'm not a robot? You know, Victor.
Yeah.
1 year, dude.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy year.
It has.
How do you look at the hobby differently a year, you know, removed from when we started?
How do I look at the hobby?
Yeah, we've had a lot of change, a lot of movement, but I don't know how much it affects the average collector. So how do you see it?
Man, that's a deep question, man. I would have to say, unlike any other time in the hobby for me, there is just so much change that is happening rapidly, and that's a little hard to take in, especially for the old heads, right? It was, we were in such a rhythm for so long, almost to the state of complacency. We almost knew kind of what was coming year after year. We knew what was being produced. We knew the 1987 throwback retro insert set was going to be top Series 1, right? And then 2 years and 2 months ago, our worlds got flipped upside down. And with it comes a lot of good, but also comes with it a lot of bad too, because there's been such a drastic change of leadership. There's been such a drastic change of all the people working behind the scenes, people jumping from one company to the other, and it's taken me, anyways, for a whirlwind. It's hard to keep up. Yeah. I'm kind of like a emotional, not emotional, but I wear my heart on my sleeve, right? And man, a lot of things kind of get under, kind of like freak me out a little bit, you know, I think with all of us, and as a content creator, that sometimes comes out, but I don't know. I try to keep optimistic, but at the same time, you know, it's exciting and it's concerning. It's like a roller coaster of emotions that we all go through right now. So that's kind of how I see it. I don't even know if I answered your question, man.
You did, and I think. Well, no, you did. I think the biggest thing is people don't like change, and they don't like the unknown.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, you have a company in Fanatics taking over a lot of the hobby, and that gives us both change and unknown together.
Yeah.
And it's the core of what we all love.
Big changes too. We're not talking little changes.
We think. I mean, we think, and it sounds good.
Yeah.
I haven't heard them say they want to, get rid of cards and ruin the hobby, but we don't. It's unknown,
Yeah.
and it's change, and we don't like that. I'll be the first to admit, but I'm excited for the possibilities of expanding the hobby because we love it so much. I hope it expands in a way we love. But, there's nothing wrong with, maybe that's why I'm a heavy set guy. There's nothing wrong with eating a second piece of cake if you're enjoying it.
That's what I said today. But I made the cake, so I said I was deserved.
There you go. So, Bobby, let me ask you the same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know you've been working a lot on Needham and, stuff like that, but a year ago compared to now, how do you see the hobby?
Nothing really changes for me because every day is an adventure. Everything that has been done that I basically research is of the past. So nothing in the past is really going to change. Going forward, looking forward, I do see a lot of changes. I see the hobby coming and settling back with prices going down, which is actually a really good thing. It got a little crazy there, and that took it out, as Courtney was talking about, the gambling aspect of it's really kicked in a lot, and it turns people off. Like me, I'm sitting there watching, why is that card that was, $150,000 on the cutting sheet, the next card was $5? Like, what happens here? It's like, well, one was Gordie Howe and the other one was, Fern Flanman. Like, there's a big difference. I understand, but in a new way, it's different. And going forward, I know with Victor, he with the rookie cards and all the stuff that's the shenanigans that he likes to say goes on with it. I can see his worry and concern. My concern is retention of people and information. Retain that we put out enough information to educate people, and that retains people, because the more informed you are on sets, be it new or old, the better off you are going forward. An informed collector is a great collector. Remember, collecting is a very selfish thing. People don't realize how selfish it is. And I believe going forward, especially with all the sharing that we're doing now, it's taking that selfishness out of it, which is really good. And we have stuff like this where we're having a show and we're talking about it, and all the other shows that are going on and what have you. So I believe going forward, it looks really good. It does.
Do you think there's a unknown that could be bad, or is Fanatics, smart enough as a company not to poop the bed on this one?
I don't think that you can be smart enough in an unknown hobby. I really, you can take risks, and we're going to see what happens. Like, we can look back at history and go, okay, does it repeat itself in the hobby? Somewhat. But, back when we had, two companies at one time, 2 or 3 companies, it was easy. But now it's really become complicated as we hit 1990s. And then through that time, now we're into the 2020s, and it's just been radical. It seems like everybody's taking over everybody, the hostile takeovers, the things that are going on. It's and we can't let the third parties run our hobby. Remember, this is our hobby. So always stay cognizant of that, is that this is your hobby, all you people out there. Don't let the third parties run and ruin it for you.
That's a cool way to look at it. Victor, do you have any fortune cookie advice that you can pass along to?
I don't, but I do have a question that I want to ask you, Danny. I want to put you in the hot seat.
Absolutely.
I like it.
Will you give me permission to do so?
He's awake now. Okay. Another sip of Coke. Take a sip of Coke, Dan.
We're coming in. We're in the corner. We're coming in.
The Pepsi. You got the Coke.
I finished the Coke. We're on backup water now.
Yeah.
This is just hydration.
We're coming into the 15th round here, folks. No, but let me ask you this. Seriously. How did you, recently in the last few days, Mr. Oh my goodness, I forget his name now. I hate that. I'm so bad with names. Daryl. No, what's his name?
Darren Ravel.
Darren Ravel. Thank you. He made a post on Twitter, and he kind of made mention of his new thing that he's going to be releasing on April 8th. And
collect media with no vowels. I have no problem saying it.
Yeah, there you go. But in his pitch, it was the real hobby news or something to that effect. I hope I'm not misquoting him.
Yeah, that's correct.
Real hobby news. And he kind of threw a dig at the rest of us who kind of are already doing hobby news, right? So what's your take on that statement? How did that make you feel when you saw that? And do we now have a competitor?
If I give you a tough one to open, you match me punch for punch on that one. All right, I'll put all my cards on the table. I got nothing to hide. So here's the truth. I knew about this going back a couple months.
Okay.
I was aware that he was coming out with something. I had some conversations with him. I actually have an interview scheduled with him when he does all the interviews promoting it. And then I talked to somebody else who's working at the company who told me they're planning on being the ESPN of the hobby, that they are very well funded and that they are going to come in with a huge marketing explosion and you're going to see them everywhere. What does that mean? I think it actually widens our lane. You know, I don't think they're doing what we're doing. Bobby's articles are not going to be on Darren's site. They don't have an expert like Victor who's going to write an article to straighten out, something in the hobby. What they're going to do is talk about auction results. They're going to talk about, the drama. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And
the turkey.
And I respect the people who are working there. And I hope, listen, I think, rising tides can raise all ships or whatever that saying is that you say when you're pissed off, but you want to sound nice.
Sound profound.
Yeah. I do think there's some truth to that. But do we have a competitor? No, I think it's going to bring us more eyeballs. Actually, I think it'll draw attention to the fact that there are sites out there that are positive for the hobby. I don't believe that every other site out there covers the hobby in the way that we do. I think looking for drama and looking for the gotcha article, is going to be much more prevalent on other sites than it is on ours. Ours, we might write an article to get the truth out about something, to explain something, to correct the record, but we're not going to do a so-and-so ruin the hobby by messed up article. It's just, that's not who we are. And I think we have an unbelievable base of collectors. Telling you some of the metrics, and I'll be frank, our email, we have an open rate of over 80%. Over 80% of the people who get our email actually open it and look at it. That's a loyalty that is just unheard of if you've ever done email marketing. All that being said, yeah, it scares me.
I think I like, and let me say this, Danny, and thank you for sharing. I mean, that 2-minute thing you just said there was content gold. So thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you for laying the cards on the table. Thank you for giving it to us straight. But I will add this. What I enjoy most about the articles that we do, and this is all of us, is that you don't put any restrictions on us. You basically say, write whatever you want, but just don't get too crazy. And that's basically it. Where you're not concerned with hurting somebody's feelings in the industry. You're not worried. You don't have a corporate management style that we got to make the hobby higher ups happy. But at the same time, you are cognizant of the industry, but at the same time, you give us the freedom to write what's on our hearts, write what's on our minds. And I just absolutely love that. You are getting our readers are getting unsolicited hobby thoughts from each individual writer. There's you don't edit our stuff and you don't come back and say, no, you can't say that. You give us free reign, and that, man, is cool. I don't see anywhere else.
Love you, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate you. I don't know what to say. That's my goal here.
My invoice will be sent.
I was about to
Yeah,
say
what's this we don't get paid
for the money I
heard
spent,
that.
you did well. Thank you.
Mhm.
I brought in people who I felt I didn't want to edit. I don't want to bring in people that I have to edit. That's not the class of writer that I think we're proud to have. If I have to start rewriting articles and doing work for people,
Right.
then that's not achieving the goal of having somebody else's viewpoint. And that's what the Hobby News Daily is. That's 20 people's viewpoints from the hobby on a variety of subjects. And there's nowhere else where you're going to get that much opinion and that much diversity. And I will take our writers against any other site as far as quality, industry experience, industry knowledge, and passion. And I just couldn't be prouder of resting, on those laurels. So hearing you say that, Victor, means the world to me. Thank you.
And with that said, if anybody's interested in becoming a writer, we are right. We're always hiring, and the pay is fantastic.
The pay's consistent. We've never reduced the salary. I can say that. We've never had a pay cut in this year.
Thank goodness.
Bobby,
Mhm.
talk to me, buddy. What do you personally collect, just for fun? What's your fun if to go out and find and get?
It's so different than everybody else. I've seen so much over the years. I really looking for what I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the unknown, the unfounded. Those are the things that I truly search for. The other things that I collect along the way, I make a few bucks to provide my collection by buying stuff off someone's table who has no idea, and I just can walk in and just go, I'll take that for $2. So I have that benefit of that. What I really like, I kind of grew up with. I enjoy banks. I enjoy keychains. I enjoy fun little, but they're tough. People don't realize certain things are so tough. The rarity of a $5 item will rival a $1,000 item in my book that you can get at any time. That's where I'd rather go for that. Plus, it's cheaper. But not on just that. I'm looking for what can't be found, and I've been doing it for so long, and I get so much excitement. And my wife knows when I find something on the internet, I go, and she goes, "What'd you find?" It's like she knows because I don't do that often. I'm very hard to surprise. So when I get that sound coming out of me, it's something interesting, and it's so much excitement. Not even just for me that I found it for the hobby. It goes beyond me. This is I can bring it to you. Like I said, I'm always the hobby sponge. I'm just taking in information from everybody else, and then I can bring it out in articles and in apps and books and information. So that's what I truly appreciate.
I thought Bobby's area of excellence was in memorabilia, but in it, he kind of taught me some things, and he labels it merchandise, right, Bobby?
Yeah, actually, I like to differentiate it rather than saying oddball because it just lumps it into this weird
Yeah.
oddball section. So, food issue is food issue, and everybody knows that. But the
And
other
his
part is merchandise, so stuff you just buy off
yeah,
the shelf
and
or
his
at a
real close
souvenir booth.
friends pick on him and call him knickknacks.
Trinkets and knickknacks. And it's funny, as much as, and I let that happen. I'm not, I don't sit down too easily. If you get to know me, I'm very
Yeah.
passionate and a quiet guy for the most part, but I will talk up when I need to, and but I let that go because on some shows that I'm on, they call it trinkets and knickknacks, and I said that's fine, if you only knew. Because the guy goes, yeah, I bought those cards for $60, I made 120. I said I bought this for $5, I got $400. Okay, whatever you want to do, you want to talk. I don't even say that, but I'm just saying that in my head. So, I'm just like, yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
I want to read this comment because I think it touches on what we were just talking about. Bobby Baseball says real collectors appreciate all cards regardless of their monetary value at any given time. Each collector's approach is unique. That part of what makes the hobby so cool.
Yep.
I think there's a lot of truth in there. I mean,
Mhm.
you don't have to love every card ever made, but I get the point of what Bobby's saying there. Bobby Baseball, to separate you from Bobby Burrell. Bobby Baseball, I like that comment. I'll put it up there. Barry says it's the knick-knack attack.
Like it.
There we go. There we go.
If you need a fantasy sports team name,
You know the funniest part? I'll just get into this really quickly. We go back to 20 years into the Lelands and Heritage, Mile High, all these auction companies, it wasn't cards. And you can go back another 20 years, it wasn't cards, guys.
It's a great point.
It's only been cards since pre-pandemic a little bit. Always before, it was knickknacks and trinkets, guys. Well, there's outfits and uniforms, and that's memorabilia. So I call that memorabilia. There's collectibles, merchandise, and memorabilia. And so that's sticks, gloves, helmets, jerseys, whatever, that kind of stuff. So that's a sort of a different animal, so to speak, in the collecting world. And it usually takes a few extra dollars to do those things too.
I am on with the two guys who I'm the most scared to speak the wrong terms of.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you gotta tiptoe through the
there's a lot of verbiage that I have to get right between the two of you.
Don't screw up the rookie card, because
I just want to know if you get a knick-knack, is it a rookie?
Yeah, well, no, and actually, I'm firm on no. It has to be a regular issue card. We did get into the Babe Ruth and that was, I wrote an article on that, and I stated it, and you didn't. And actually, I asked Victor. I'll tell him, Victor. I said, "Do you think Danny's going to let this go?" And he said, "I don't know. We'll see." And it went through, and I said, "That's great." But I wasn't abusive, but I was being, factually right in my sense of what I believe. Not what I believe, is what is really has been the history. That card was never a rookie card before, and why is it now? And this is the third party trying to take over again, and I don't like that they do. These guys are the experts. As long as they have me on speed dial, they're okay for being hockey experts. And they're not experts, honestly. They write a lot of great stories when they do their write-ups, and then they're bringing that into that. So that scares me a little bit, because they're getting too much power, and I don't like that. We need to stay the power with us.
Salesmen.
Yes.
Well, here, Mark Hoyle, who I always respect, says, Bobby, where are you from? Who's your hockey team?
Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yes. And Mark Hoyle, Bobby's stuff is fantastic. If you're not familiar with it, if on the vintage, definitely check it out. I put this link in earlier. Let me see if I can do it again here. This is the link to all the writers on Hobby News Daily. So if anybody wants that in the chat, that'll bring you to the page with all the writers. You can go right on and see Victor's articles or Bobby's articles, and everybody else's as well.
You know what else I like about our articles and our concept, Danny, is it's one of them things where you read, it keeps us all sharp, right? When you're having struggles coming up, when am I going to write about today, man? And then I read Bobby's article, and it's like, man,
right. I gotta really get my game up.
Yeah. So it like forces us, right? That I don't know, mild competition, I guess you can call it, but you start reading everybody else's articles, and you're like, man, I got to really come with a good article here, and that I love about what we've got.
Can I tell you
how back to competition, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna have somebody else coming into the marketplace. Competition's great. Tell fanatics.
Well, we're not real, so it doesn't count. I'm not really here. I don't really exist.
Max Headroom.
Right, exactly. You remember Short Circuit, that movie?
I love that, Johnny.
I love Short Circuit, that movie. I want that robot. I forget his name. I'm drawing a blank.
Johnny 5.
Yes, is alive.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Victor's looking at us like we're crazy.
And this is why we collect. It's the nostalgia. It's looking back. It's recapturing our youth. That's the hobby I want to always be part of.
Yes.
It's something. I always say this, and I said this 20 years ago to my friends. I said, because we had a booth, and Toronto Expo's coming up soon, so we're going to be back together. And that's one thing I look forward to twice a year, is we have that expo and coming together as a group. And that's one of my favorite things to do. But I said the good old days are here and now. And I said that 25 years ago to my friends. Looking back, even 10 years ago, going, it was. if I would have known, how many Gretzky's would I have bought then? Just the good old days are here and now. And that means today too, because 10, 5, 15 years are going to go by and you're going to remember, oh man, remember? Yeah. So
Yeah.
recapture your youth. And it's great seeing all these women get into the market. It's great because if I go back 20 years to the hobby, I don't see too many female collectors. Very few. There's a few, but now it's great. And you have, Lauren and Courtney and Kayla, and they're great writing. Like some of the writings are just phenomenal, and from the heart too. And it's the emotional side I really enjoy because I have passion for the hobby. So, and I like seeing it because I maybe don't give it so much because I'm more factually based information kind of guy. But it's nice to see that passion in the writing.
Well, it reminds us that everybody's in this with the same passion. Some people express it differently, but I do think that I was talking about this before with Matt, that there is a collecting gene. There's something we all share. However we collect might be different, but there is that collector gene in us that we enjoy being around our passion. Bobby, I think it's for you. Mark Oil says, I just put the Bruins Sheriff hockey coin set together, 60-61 and 61-62.
Nice, very nice. Those are the round coins that look like coins. Yeah, they're plastic with players in them. Jello did a bunch. The baseball did them, and Sheriff, the baseball coins and what have you. So, and that's sort of the food issue.
Okay.
So I found a bag, a chip bag from that time period. To find a chip bag that survived, because who would keep it? Because really, it just says on the front, free coin, and that's it.
Did it have the chips in it?
No, it did not.
Okay.
No, but it was empty. And see, that bag is worth $2,000. So you can buy those two sets for $2,000. Yeah. Well, I told you the wrapper sold for $16K.
That's ridiculous, though.
So people don't realize that the other stuff beyond. So okay, that's food issue. I love food issue, and that's fine. But it's the other stuff that's in the food issue: the wrappers, the packaging, the advertisements. That's the stuff. Like the regular set goes for $500, but all that other stuff will be $500,000, $15,000, $2,000. That's where the sort of money is, because it's the rarity. Rarity rules. It'll always rule in this hobby to every degree.
Speaking of which, Victor, what's going on with population printing, grading numbers? I mean, are we in another junk wax era, a junk slab era?
I don't think. I mean, I don't think we're in a junk slab era. I think that term gets misused quite a bit. When I think of junk slab era was in the COVID years. We were grading everything. We were grading a common. It's not even.
I have my bowl.
See, we were grading all the rookies, not just the key rookies. We were grading cards of a 25-cent common. We were getting. That is what I constitute as a junk slab era. You're looking at pop reports of key rookie cards. You look at today's ultra modern stuff, and it's in the tens of thousands.
Yeah.
When you look at pop reports of the 1980s, they're averaging about 4,000 or 5,000 total graded. And so to me, the stuff from the 80s is going to, I call it ultra vintage is what I call it. Because it's getting to a point where these cards are now going to be 50 years old. And to me, it's my favorite era to collect. Yeah, you're that old.
Hey, I'm a couple years from my AARP card. I'm not afraid to admit it. By the way, Barry Manute Bull was Bull's father before he passed away, Manute, but so he might have been better. I don't know, but they are related. It's not a coincidence.
Can I answer
yes.
a little bit of?
Please.
So would it not be in everybody's best interest, or going forward, to collect those PSA, SGC 10s, the higher grades of the lower end cards, because you can't grade them for the price that they get now. So people won't be sending in those cards anymore. So you might say the pop is at 4,000, but it's not growing. It's not going to be growing because who's going to send it in? So it's not valid. So that's where you're collecting. I see it, just that's where you should be grabbing that stuff, because you can get it for $20. Well, to grade it, buy the card, it's going to cost you way more than that. So it's better to buy the graded and get all those 10s that you can.
Yeah, I've actually been doing that with I'm putting the 57 top set together, and some of them graded are just so cheap.
Yeah.
I can't believe, I'd love to have the set graded. I never thought I'd be able to purchase this many commons graded at cheap prices. So there's definitely some truth to that. All right, we're on the stretch, guys. I can't believe that flew by so fast, which is why I love the two of you for this spot. I want to say some words to you guys, and then I'm gonna escort you out, and I'm gonna wrap this whole thing up. But you guys, thank you for every single thing you do, for every article, for every text, tweet, Instagram post, whatever it may be. I love our chat room. I think I've said this to almost every person who's been on here. I think our chat room is almost becoming like a family chat room, where we all, have these different perspectives and can talk in there. And, it's a civil adult discourse. And, I love the different opinions. And the articles, with me not editing, it's because I want to hear what you have to say. I don't want to hit the mute button. I have 20 writers who I'm curious about the articles. It's not about, it's not about what other sites may do. It's about what I want Hobby News Daily to be. And that's an inclusive, positive hobby site that can educate people and show all sides of the hobby and be a representative of all parts of the hobby. So for the perspective you guys bring, they're both very different and very much the same all together. And that's what I think makes this hobby special. So, for the two of you also to take time tonight at this time of the evening on a Saturday, does not go unnoticed. So thank you for doing the final shift here.
No problem. Quick question. Is it week 4 or D?
For a second, I got nervous and I had to remember. Don't worry, I'll put it in the chat room as normal.
No, I know what it is. I'm just saying. It was fun.
I don't. I have to look at it again.
It's
Lauren
week 4
says
and
we're
D,
approaching
or
the finish line. Let's get the last couple of comments in here. Barry says, all your guests were great, Danny. Tell your wife happy belated birthday. Absolutely. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and we'll talk offline. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
All right. Well, there we are. 4 hours. Didn't think I'd make it. My back is killing me. My butt's sore. But this has absolutely been one of the most unique experiences of my life. I just went 4 hours talking the hobby with some of the smartest, most intelligent, passionate people that you're going to find collecting in this space. If you're not familiar with Hobby News Daily, well, you just saw, a lot of the best of it tonight. And I couldn't be prouder to share the screen with these people. And I couldn't be prouder to put my name on Hobby News Daily and the work that everybody does. It's a big deal to make it a year. I wasn't sure it was going to happen and excited for year 2. But to everybody who's helped, thank you very much. To the sponsors who keep us going to help pay the bills and keep the lights on, thank you very much. But to everybody else, this is emotional for me. But, we made it a year and we got a lot more coming, and it's going to be great. So if we make as much improvement in the second year as we made in the first year, we're in for a hell of a ride. So thank you very much, guys. I appreciate everything everybody does for the whole team. I just want to say thank you one last time. And for everybody who took time out tonight in the chat room or the guests who came on, thank you for your time, because I know it's valuable and I know it's a holiday weekend. But that being said, it is 10:03 and we're going to land this plane. So thank you, everybody. Have a good night. See you later on the next Hobby News Daily. Bye.